Hello. Hello. It's 2 o'clock Eastern Time on Thursday. You know what that means? It's Gab and Doodle time. So I'm going to be letting in a special guest here in just a matter of a second, but I need to get all set up. You know how it goes. Let me get this all, hopefully you know how it goes. As a reminder for everyone that's watching, when these are done, I have not shifted, that doesn't make any sense. I've had so many suggestions from people saying, hey, do you have these on YouTube? That finally I decided, you know what? I'll put them on YouTube. Now, the catch is they are downloaded from Instagram, so they're not the highest quality video in the world, but they're up there. And I'm going to look into other ways to maybe do it to make sure they're higher quality, but it also allows you to stop and start and rewind and all that kind of stuff for those that want to go back and watch these. But I'm still going to keep them on my Instagram feed. So today we have a special guest coming to us from, I believe, in Switzerland. If I do my math correctly. I could be wrong. We'll find out. We have Tanja Stephani coming in live. And in fact, I saw that they've joined, so I'm going to let them in. So I'm going to do the Ask Us Anything. I need to put that on there first. Ask us. So I'm not doing that on top of their face. Ask us anything. And so feel free to comment and ask us stuff in the comments, but let me pin that. There we go. Okay, I'm going to let in our special guest. Let's see if this works. Sometimes it doesn't work on the first round. I don't know why. It seems to be a problem with the old... Oh, it did work.
It did.
Hello. That was kind of fascinating that you answered the question as you popped on.
I was waiting.
Yeah, normally it's like a delay, and so I wasn't expecting an answer when you popped on. Well, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you.
I know
Me.
it's what time of day is it there?
It's
Or night?
8. It's 8 at night.
8 at night. Okay. So normally that's when I start ones here on this during the school year, and then I go real late. So I imagine you can stay as late as you want, but if you get tired and sleepy and you nod off.
Yeah. Normally I go to 10. 10 is the latest thing. Then I go to bed. But I get up very early. I'm a yes.
Oh,
I'm
you're a morning person. Gotcha. That is not my my personality. I'm not a morning person whatsoever. So today we're gonna chat and talk and make and do things of the sort. But as I always request from people to sort of give an introduction to the audience as to who you are. Not that they shouldn't know, they should know, and they should be ashamed if they don't know who you are. But can you give them a little introduction as to you and your history and whatnot?
Yes, yes. What should I say? I made an apprenticeship as a graphic designer in the early 80s without computer at that time, and did everything by hand, and so it was quite nice. It was a nice time. With a lot of time.
Yep.
We had no email, nothing like that. We had a lot of pauses in between. We waited for the answers. It was a good time. Yes, I learned that. Then I went to England for 3 months as an au pair. Then I came back. Then I made my own stuff, also in graphic design. And then actually I wanted to go to Munich to an animation school.
Okay.
But I met a man.
Okay.
And then I went to France, and we had a farm with horses and sheep.
That sounds kind of better in my opinion than going to school. Have a farm with horses and sheep, but
it was an adventure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I had 2 children from that time, but it didn't work because he was really a strange person, actually. Yes.
Okay.
went back to Switzerland, and then I worked as a kind of an artist. I built big pieces for playgrounds, stuff like that. And I did a lot of objects in paper mache and wood and everything, every kind of art. And I could do this very well with my children, yeah.
Yeah.
And actually 4 years ago, with all this internet, and so I found out that there are these online workshops to be a children's book illustration, yeah.
Okay.
And so I did one of them with my super bad English, yes. And there I met some lovely people, and from then on, I tried to be, yes.
Yeah, no, that makes, I would have assumed that you've been doing it much longer than that, just based on sort of well, I mean, obviously you've been making art for such a long time.
Yeah.
That there's no disconnect between one sort of like being a designer and being an illustrator. There's crossover and things of the sort. But
and that
I was going to say, I assumed that you had been doing illustration for longer than that. Like,
yeah, because at that time when I learned this graphic design, I worked actually for 5-6 years on that job. We had to illustrate everything because we didn't have computer. We couldn't take a picture. We had to illustrate everything, give it to the photographer, and they have to take the photo as like that we draw it before, yes, and storyboards, a lot of stuff, yeah. Then
so lots of paste ups and all that fun stuff. This is it was, I think, computers, obviously when I was in school and going through some of the graphic design stuff, they were around, but it was still, I was being taught by a lot of people that still had the, using Rubylith and all the paste ups and things of the sort. That was their background, and so we heard lots and lots of stories, and so I know how it all works, but I never got to experience that myself. So we're gonna switch to drawing here in just a little bit, but I want to hear a little bit about sort of my wife is lovely enough to take down notes so people can find out like materials that you're using and what we talk about and whatnot. But is there a list of materials? Because I know you use a variety of different things, but what are the materials? Do you have brands and things that you like to use?
I like my polychromos color pencils very much. I like the Museum from Carandash very much.
Okay.
I like Zalanger oil very much.
Oil pastels.
Yeah, oil pastels. Yes, that's the thing at the moment. I'm not so familiar with gouache.
Okay.
That's kind of and we can buy them in Switzerland. Those very fine Holbein.
Yep.
We only have the other ones, and I used to paint a lot with acrylics before when I made paintings. Yeah, so I take what I want.
Yeah, whatever you need. So you use, with out of curiosity, the oil pastels, do you do those on top of then the colored pencil, or is it
under?
Under? How?
Yeah.
I wouldn't think that the colored pencil would stick, but you must have some. I'm gonna have to watch this and watch how you do.
Yeah, I will do that. Yes.
Okay, good. Anytime someone uses oil as an illustrator, whether it be an oil pastel or a traditional oil paint, I always get worried about dry time and smearing, because at the end of this, my hand is probably going to be covered with paint and things of that sort, and so I always worry about that when people mention oil, partially because I'm not good at it.
No. And for the customer work for children books, I mostly work digitally at Procreate because I have to make a lot of changes and so no. So that's easier and much more faster. Yeah.
Okay. So the other questions that I ask, the other question I guess is, what are you going to make today? What are you going to be working on?
I don't know.
Okay.
Just let it flow. Just let it flow. We'll see.
Okay.
Doodle. You said it's doodling, so I will doodle something.
Okay.
Yes.
The only thing I have right now that I know I want to do is just some sort of tiger or lion. And
okay.
That's all I got.
I'll see. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
I can make an animal too. We'll see what's going on.
I don't know exactly where any of my stuff ever is going until it sort of wraps up. So why don't we take a second then and get our cameras all set up so people can see our work surfaces, and then we will just start talking.
Yeah. Fine. Okay. So yes, poops.
So I do have a feed up, so people that have questions, they can ask questions, and we can interact with them via answering and things of the sort.
It's better to. Oh! I'm still here.
Yep. You're still here.
Oh, yeah.
What, out of curiosity, what was the brand of oil pastels that you used? Was that Caran d'Ache? You still there? Wait, hold on. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So my wife was writing it down, but she missed what brand of oil pastels you were using.
I'm here. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. I got you.
Good.
Okay. What brand of oil pastels was it that you mentioned?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm wondering if we have an audio issue here. Oh, okay. Sinelier? How would you? Someone, Lauren, it's in the comments there. Thank you. So tell me a little bit. Can you hear me okay? Let me just see. Uh-oh. Are we having audio issues? Tanja, you there?
here. Whoa!
You,
that's not.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Yeah, the audio cut out for some reason on your end for a second. So tell me a little bit about sort of the transition from being what I would call interdisciplinary artist, someone who's working in a variety of different mediums and different sort of avenues and whatnot, into a children's book illustrator. What was that transition like? Lorenzo Sabatini, artist. I don't hear it either. So give us a second. We'll see if we can figure out. I think it's an audio issue on Tanya's end. So we'll see if we'll give it a minute here and see if we can get that up and running. So Tanja, if you can hear me, your audio is not working. If we need to let you in, I can do that as well. See if we restart.
Maybe.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. So do me a favor and just say a couple of things real quick to make sure that's coming through.
Yes. Hello. 1 2 1 2. A second. Yes.
Okay. Beautiful. Oh. Okay. I don't know what was causing that, but something was causing it. So tell me again. Tell me a little bit about that transition into the world of kidlit art, into picture books and children's books, and what that was like for you, especially coming from a sort of intermedia or interdisciplinary background.
I hope I understand your question right, because my English is German, but
yep.
I always had, of course, like everybody, dreams to create a picture book, of course. Because I was a big fan as a child from picture books. But there is no school in Switzerland for making picture books, and we even had an illustration school. We have now
Tanya, is is your microphone covered by any chance?
Maybe. I don't know.
There
Maybe.
you go.
You hear me now?
Yes, it was sort of muffled of some sort.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Can you repeat what? I'm sorry, the answer. I heard little bits of it, but it was just very, very quiet on this end.
Okay. Where is it?
All right, folks, hang on there. We're trying to technical difficulties.
Okay. Why?
This is
Now it's not working.
it's okay. So I can hear you better now.
Okay.
It's a little blurry, but I can hear
It's
you.
far away. It's far away.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's yeah. So yes, and I made this picture book workshop
Okay.
together with Devon Holsworth. You had her also as a guest,
Okay.
and with Jennifer. My gosh, Jennifer.
Okay.
You know her. Okay, Jennifer. My God. Okay. I'm old. Now, Jennifer and with Isabel Follett. You know her? Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And Andrea Stegmaier. You know her as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we did this actually together. And then Devon asked me, she had booked a room in Bologna. And I went with her to Bologna, and there we met a lot of people, and we've been in queuing and showed our portfolio, and whoa, and after that I was lucky to get an agent 1 year later, and then I had my first book deals.
Who was the agent?
The agent is the Plum agency.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Plum.
Then,
Plum used to be something else, though, right?
Yeah. But still, they call it Plum Agency. It was Plum Pudding before.
Yeah.
Plum Pudding.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
Yes. So, and then I worked for several books. I also worked for little publishers in Cypria and Greeks. Yes, and then I made my journey with books. Yeah.
Is it something that was an easy transition coming from I mean, obviously you said that you did illustration when you were working at in graphic design and things of the sort, but was it a different type of illustration? Were there things that you learned along the way?
Yeah, the difference, which what I found really hard and still find really hard, is to make 13 pictures, to create a story. Yeah, and to do thumbnails and to do roughs, to plan everything.
Versus, I mean, weren't you having to do some of that on the graphic design side too?
Yeah, too, but I didn't like that very much.
Oh, okay.
I know I like doing stuff like that right now to create the picture.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's very. I learn a lot. I'm still learning, and do the same face all the time to the character. That's very challenging. Yeah, that's sort of and it's super helpful to have Procreate that you
copy and paste.
Yeah, no, I don't copy paste. No, I even don't use layers. I work on Procreate like I work traditional actually. But you can use it's easier to create corrections.
I use Procreate for my sketch process generally when I'm working on books.
Yeah.
But I also have that same issue of too many layers can be problematic for me, and so the next time I end up doing a project that is finished in Procreate, which is rare for me, but when it is, I have to do the same thing of there's only one layer. So it feels more natural and feels more like I do in my traditional practice.
That's really, yeah.
So what are you doing for, like, obviously you have such a, and I mentioned it in the ad, like you have such a warm quality to the work that you make. And it feels sort of rich and textural and things of the sort. And I'm wondering, when you get into something like Procreate, is it something that is hard to mimic or to connect with with sort of your style, or is it something that you found just a couple of brushes that are the way to go?
It's actually not hard to mimic, and I have a lot of brushes, but it's not the same feeling. It's not so satisfying. My eyes are hurting after 3 hours painting on Procreate. Gotcha. It's not the feeling of stuff in your hand, material. That's, yes, it's kind of that, actually, you know?
No, I can get that.
It's a super tool. It's a super tool, and for that, it's super cool.
Yeah.
But also work on the computer. It's a super tool, but you have to bring the soul to it. You have to keep the soul in the work.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes a bit hard without. So
that makes sense.
The last book I did, this book I did, that's super traditional without Procreate, and that was very nice to make. So I hope the next ones I can do as well, traditional.
Yeah.
No.
Out of curiosity, now that you showed that, is your camera sideways?
Yes.
Is there any way to switch it so it's vertical?
Like this?
Let me see. Put your hands in where you're drawing from. Yes. Yes,
better?
That'd be better.
So.
Yeah.
You see my pen. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's better. Okay.
I'm attached.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't realize I hadn't seen your hands in a while, and all of a sudden I see the shift. I do have a iPad here that's showing me a bit of a delayed feed, so I can sort of track, but it does take a minute for it to pop up.
Okay.
So,
sorry, it's yeah.
I was gonna say, so now you're working in the kidlit world, and you're making books, and you've already made quite a few in a short period of time.
Yeah.
Is there something that sort of lessons that you wish you knew when you started? And obviously, like, knowing about storyboarding and pagination and all those kind of things, and having to illustrate multiple character or the same character multiple times is something you sort of have already learned. But are there other things that people wouldn't expect to hear in that situation?
Oh, I can't. The only thing that the more you do, the more you learn. So yeah, I was lucky to have some client work for really small publishers, and they gave me really a small amount of budget, but I could do what I want, and I had a chance to learn. It hadn't to be that perfect, and that gives you the chance to grow and make that's maybe a mistake, or maybe yes, I should put it. I need more layers, maybe, or stuff like that. Yeah. But I'm still there, and I'm still growing, and I'm still searching my style. And I'm there. We had Isabel Follett in our group, and she had her style from the first point. Also, Also, some Andrea Stegmaier, and they could work, and now they work like that since 4 years. But I'm like I have an artist soul, and I want to try out. I want to oh no, that's cool. How to use that? Oh, can I do it something like more retro or so? And it depends for me on the story.
Yeah. So you're still, I mean, in a way, hopefully that's where everybody is, that they're still sort of discovering themselves as they make, and that they're growing. Even people who have been doing this for, 25 years or what have you, are hopefully still growing in some capacity as a illustrator or as an author or what have you. Is there, like, for me, one of the things that really surprised me, and I've mentioned it on here before, but is the speed at which the industry works. And I assume that when you were in the graphic design job, that you had fast turnarounds and you had to lay something out in a day and be done with it, kind of thing. And children's books doesn't work that way. It's a little slower in its turnaround. Are there any sort of like technical things like that that sort of surprised you or that were challenging for you as you were starting out?
Technical, no, you have to, can you repeat a bit?
I'm just wondering if there's any things that are more about like, I'm trying to think, like the equivalent of when I was saying that deadlines and stuff are different essentially in the kidlit world, or the equivalent of the way you deal with type in a picture book is different because you have international rights that potentially it needs to be translated, and so you can't add your type onto your image. It has to be layered and things of that sort.
No, for me, I think it's super helpful to have this apprenticeship as a graphic designer.
Yeah. Okay.
Also with these super tight timelines, I can work just on time. I'm never too late.
Okay.
I can work very fast if I have to. Yeah.
Have you ever missed a deadline?
No. Oh, never. No. No. I'm typical Swiss. I'm on time. Bam.
There you go. Classic joke.
Yeah.
The industry itself, for those that don't know, and I mentioned the idea that it runs slower. It's not that it runs slow. It's just there's a lot of back and forth, and so it's not an overnight. Like you don't get notes the next day. You get notes a long time. So for those that don't know, that's where it sort of operates. But and then you've done a variety of books right now that are in different languages and are for different audiences. Is there something in particular about sort of working for publishers that are, have a wider reach with their publications, in the sense that, you have a European market and then you have a United States market and things of that sort? Did you have any issues or any challenges that came up from that?
No, not yet, because the books are made. The one is only for the English market, the one is only for the German market. No, I had that chance yet to work for a big publisher and had these nice problems.
Okay.
No.
Okay. One of the things that I always think is sort of fascinating is the type of work that people get when they are overseas compared to the U.S. Yeah. And it's not to say that there's obviously crossover, but there is different freedoms that come with different publishing houses. And I've worked with some folks in the past that have worked at in some sort of Northern European markets, and the amount of freedom they had on their projects was astonishing to me. Not because I've never had freedom of any sort, but it's just like some of the things that I would feel like I needed to check in with them on, with the art directors or the editors, they did not have to check in. And so it's sort of an interesting combo. So tell me a little bit about sort of your discovery of your style or your approach. And I don't want to, you mentioned that you're still sort of in that exploratory phase, or in that search for style, and every book changes slightly or whatnot. But is there a process that you've gone through to try to find your style in particular?
Yes, the process was actually, now I'm back, because when I came to this new thing, this platform, with this internet, with this Instagram, you see a bunch of brilliant, talented artists and wonderful, brilliant styles.
Yeah.
And you say, wow, that's cool. How does it look? Wow, I'd want to try out that. Or maybe, or, you know, does it fit for that? Does it fit for that? Then I went and was a bit struggling with all these possibilities, you know?
Yeah.
There are so many possibilities to create a piece of art and to create a page of a book, to create a face or to, and I was overwhelmed. And it was a bit, it wasn't so good for my soul. Yeah. And now I came back to myself because I gave it time, and the time was very cool with this Folktale Week we launched.
Yep.
And in this time for Folktale Week, I had the chance to do what I am and with no pressure.
So how do you describe what is essentially you then? Like, is there a like a process or a medium or a
it's actually
some sort of visual?
It's a process because I'm come from 3D objects making,
Yeah.
as well, you know, and the process process that really satisfies me is to modeling, to bring out pictures from actually nothing. I'm not so good. I can draw what I need to draw, you know, with a pencil and draw that, our house, our cow, anything. It's okay, but it's not the same feeling than that brings something out from the paper, you know?
Yeah.
To create a shadow, to create light and see, ooh, and take away, bring like modeling. Modeling? It's like a yeah, modeling.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, my English.
No,
yes.
no.
And that's satisfying. Yeah, and to see with no idea, to see what's coming out and to go with this thing more for. Yeah, that's kind of the thing I'm really happy with right now.
Okay.
And I hope I will find time to bring my story onto paper and create this book finally. I think that's
is there a book that you're working on right now that you think is or you know is
a lot of have some stories in my mind. I'm pregnant with them since 3 years.
okay.
And maybe now it's the time to bring them on paper, but it also is all time is so scary to bring your own story on paper. Whoa, that's super. Yeah,
it's very challenging, and it's and I am no expert in it of any sort, but it is something wherein there is a different mindset when it is your story versus someone else's story that you're working from, and your approach generally is going to be different of some sort. Is there like subject matters and things of the sort that you prefer to paint and draw, or is it sort of anything and everything as long as it's fun?
Yeah. It has to be fun, and it has to be a kind of dreamy magic. Yes, and it has to be something that I would read as a child. That speaks to me, you know. But I don't know how the children today, what they like or what not. But actually, I have to make the book for myself first and see what's happened.
That makes sense. Huh? That you got to make yourself happy, otherwise.
Otherwise.
Not fun. Yeah.
The
now one of the things that I've really loved, again, like I mentioned about your work, is that sort of like warm textural approach. And out of curiosity right now, when I see your hand come on screen, okay, there we go. I was trying to figure out like the edges of where we're working, but I'm wondering about sort of like what is because I'm a texture person too. I like to put texture in. Right now I'm building textures to cut out and do things with. And I'm wondering where do you
know, or how do you define when to make a texture and what texture is appropriate for your work, and when do you find the moments of clarity or sharpness, and how do you like decide that when you're actually making your pieces?
Mm. To leave the head, to take the head away and work with the stomach.
Okay.
or yeah, to let just the magic flow. I don't know how to say, but it's kind of a communication with the art. It's kind of a, yes, that's always something for me when I work like that. That speaks for himself. It says, I want to be that.
Yeah.
Do you see me? Do you see me? Do you see me, Tanja? Do you see me? I'm here. I'm here. And I say, oh no, I don't see you yet. Then I take a picture and make it small, and maybe then I see, here you are. Here you are. So I bring you. I can see you. You know.
Yeah. No, that makes it. I like the idea of the artwork actually calling out to you to say,
Yeah.
this is like
So
stop,
amazing.
or this is you've done enough.
Yeah.
I'm here.
But that's super hard, that's super hard. But the great thing is you can bring it to Procreate and do the and finish it. It's also super to give them a filter or something like that, then it looks like you want to. That's
So with some of the sort of your background in design, does some of that come into like, or let me put it this way, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. So in design there is lots of structure, there's grids. I mean, even like some of the stuff that I love, like I love Swiss design and things of that sort, but that also sometimes can fight against this more natural and organic nature of art making. And I'm wondering, is that something that becomes a challenge for you when you're sort of like, you have this background that is built on design and potentially structure or organization, and then you get into a world where you have paint and you got to let it just flow and become part of you. Is there something or a challenge that comes with that?
Yes, because if you have once this graphic eye, this design eye, then I wish I could do something like super wild or like different artists. Like I was in a workshop with Jesus Sinceros. This is
Okay.
him. You know him?
I know the name. I would have to.
And
Like
I was in a workshop with him, and he's super free, and he wow, and when you're in your workshop, you say, oh wow, and then you try to do something like he do, yeah, and you make it's not working for you because you have this other eye in you. You have this graphic eye, and I cannot paint like that, smudgy or these poses, or so that's really challenging. Yeah.
But is there like, I mean, obviously we all have our references and people that we like to look at for our work. Is there people in particular that you sort of relied on when you were trying to discover? And I'm not in any way saying that that you're pulling anybody's style of any sort, but are there folks that you look at as influence in your own approach?
Yeah, I actually don't look at pictures.
Okay.
But yes, of course, it's all everything is a kind of an influence, And I have all these pictures in my mind when I was a child, or maybe I create something, then I see from another artist and say, oh wow, is it close? Then I think, oh, I was watching this once,
Yeah.
and then it sticks in your mind and it comes out different. But that's like in this period, in the blue period, and in the art time, a lot of artists create together kind of a period and like the cubismus or stuff like that. So yes, everything is a bit influenced from anyone, but I cannot say a person's name right now.
Yeah. No, that makes it. I mean,
Maybe old.
The equivalent, if you don't have at least 50 influences, maybe you're not looking enough. And in a way, we all have so many influences that it's hard to pin down exactly like who we really like and where we're pulling from. The equivalent of like, there are people that I look at for my some textural things, and there's people that I look at for their design work, and there's people I look at for their color, and they're not inherently all tied together at all times.
John Clausen for texture stuff. Yes, and of course, or Isabel
Arsenault.
Yeah, for her lightness.
Yeah.
Yes, and leave space, and I like very much. And then you think, oh yes, and we're all learning, we're all learning. And I haven't been in a school like that. So, and if you are in a school, you learn from other artists too. You see other artists. You maybe go make this work. Yes, of course. Yeah. And then you make your own.
Is there artists that are outside of the illustration market that you sort of use as reference for your illustrative work?
Oh no, but I brought a book from and I said, wow. He is very inspiring, and from Clive Hicks Jenkins, you know him?
No, that one doesn't ring a bell, but
yeah, I bought this book, and and unbelievable cool. I have a ton of books, of course.
Yeah. How big's the collection right now of books then? If you're saying you got a ton, you got to prove it.
Yeah, I have a big bookshelf full of books, but I have a lot of, actually not a lot of new books. I have a lot of very old children books.
Okay.
I collect the old ones. Yeah,
the classics of sorts.
Kind of classics. Some of not classics. Some of I really love the people from Poland or Russian artists. They have this deep soul in the work. Yes.
I imagine
books like that.
I imagine that a lot of the work that you're able to find in your location is probably like much more variable than what we get stateside. I mean, obviously we get some of the big like European illustrators and things of the sort, but it's not the nuanced and the historical stuff that you're able to pull.
But this one I can show you. Do you see this one?
Yep.
This was one of our famous artists in Switzerland. He's not living anymore, but it's this Hans Fischer, and that was my super famous picture book as I was a child. And he does this. It's very loose. You see it?
Yep.
He did like that, and that was very cool. Yeah. So we have a lot of
Yeah.
Janos. You know Janos?
No, I don't. See, this is the problem of like there's lots of things out there that I probably don't know just because they're not around in our area as much.
This is Janos. He's so nice. Yes, he is a big and he couldn't go to an art school because the art school was saying he can't draw. Yes, lucky him.
Yeah, those are the people that I try to make work like now.
Yeah,
I have no or I have too much training, and I'm trying to lose it as we go along. And so I love
can really good draw if I have to, you know.
Yep.
I love to draw really good. I love people who can draw really good, and but it's not the same feeling. For me to draw really good is kind of work, you know. It's work, and actually, if you train that, everyone can that. If you train drawing, yeah.
Yeah, everybody can do it. It just takes time. Yep.
Yes, but if you want to do art, then you have to bring yours inside, outside. That's much more difficult for a lot of people, I think.
What do you mean by your inside outside? You mean just like your feelings and emotions into the artwork?
Yeah. To keep it loose, to go back to the child mood.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, yeah. I think if you have to create picture books for children, but yeah, that depends on children. I have two daughters and a son, and one of the daughters loved only books that have been really good drawn. You know, everything has to be perfect. Anatomy has to be perfect. Otherwise, she says, "No, I don't like that book."
Yep. That's not.
And the other daughter is more like me and says, "Whoa, no, that's super cool." The feeling inside, yeah. And it has to be books for every kind of children. You know, not only the artistic ones.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of the artistic books are made for adults and not for children.
There's quite a few in my collection right now that are for me and not for my son.
Yeah.
And honestly, a lot of them are like, you know, on the verge of not even being a picture book. They're almost something else.
Yeah.
But they're so good that like, and have a, you know, a picture book approach that who knows if they're technically one or not.
Yeah.
What are we? I'm trying to look through on my feed here and see what we're working on there. On your end, what we're drawing.
I don't know what I'm drawing. I'm just doodling, you know.
Making. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I know I'm making a tiger, and I'm trying to make a tiger that is like.
I see.
Stretching.
Yeah. I see. You take this glue stick.
Yeah. So.
But no, I made a workshop with Esther McLeod. You know her?
Yep.
And she has a very good technique for making collage. She uses this this kind of shell. Do I have it here right now? Can I show you? No, it's from it's kind of a shell, and you paint over the whole collage.
Huh.
And it sticks very soft and very nice and gives you kind of a new layer, and then you can go on. That will probably be very cool for you.
I'm gonna have to look into that. I mean, what the glue stick I get because it's cheap, and there's bookbinding glues and things of the sort that I considered getting at one point, and they're fine, but I also I'm a little worried about sort of the messiness that I already have in my work. Jumping into something that has a sort of liquid approach might be very, very hard and difficult for me.
Do you go back to do you do the finish on the computer?
No, I do it all. I mean, I do pick up the computer to do any sort of like cleanup. So like if there's little things that stick to it or little textures and stuff that I need to get rid of, I will get rid of those on the computer. But for the most part, it's all done on Surface.
Okay.
And it's the Photoshop or whatever I use, you know, Procreate, whatever, is really just for minutia in detail, but not for the overall sort of finished structure. And so I am of the mindset that I like to see it all on Surface as much as possible and have something tangible in the end, something I can hold.
Yeah. And something that you can present on the gallery show or in the illustration gold award stuff. So yes.
It's I mean, it is challenging. I will admit that is a hard thing to sort of continuously try to not make mistakes,
Yep.
and do everything to make a finished product. And there are times where stuff gets edited, clearly, like colors or things of the sort. But I try to keep it as light and airy and playful as possible as I make. Do you how much Photoshop and those kind of things are you doing on your work?
It depends on when for client work, I do a lot.
Okay.
I do a lot. No, for the last book I didn't, but for the dream that you showed in my dreams, that's all digital.
Okay.
And for work like this, no, it comes one to one.
One to one, yeah.
Like,
are you photographing, or are you scanning all the, like, anything that's traditional?
Scanning.
Okay. That's I do see people that like photograph, and I don't quite understand why they do that, because it's so variable depending on light and things. And I get some people don't have a scanner and whatnot, but it just seems to me like it's so much easier just to put the money down in a scanner so you can get more accuracy out of it.
Better than printer.
Yeah.
Printer is challenging, but scanner, no, super. Scanner is, yeah. And I'm not a photographer. I hate actually photographing. I'm really techniques stuff. So no.
I can understand that. That's not my forte at all, of any sort. My wife's a good photographer. I'm just the model. That's the best way I can put it. And so, tell me a little bit about sort of the books that you have worked on. Are there some interesting lessons or things that came out of those for you that really made you stop and think and reflect on your artwork? Or was it more of just a production? Like there's some books I've worked on where I really have taken a little bit more time to really think about like me and what I want to get away with as an artist. And then there's other books that I've worked on where it's much more of a just, I need to get this done, and so I need to move forward.
Yeah, I did a lot of, I think for myself, different kind of books. And the railroad engineer, I'm always going with the story, and the railroad engineer looks a little bit old-fashioned, and it is an old-fashioned story, actually. So I went with this. I did a lot of research, and I put myself in the back because it's client work, and I have to do what the book has to be, not what I want that the book looks like. That's maybe from my graphic background, from my advertising background, because the client is king,
Yep.
So. And if I have to make a dreamy book, I look that the book is dreamy for the story or for little children. No, I put myself back from my artist's voice. Maybe that's more. Yeah.
When you pull back and you sort of like there is this balance that has to happen between sort of like meeting clients' demands and making sure that you're happy and that you're not, no one wants to slog through or make something that they're not happy with in the end. But are there certain things that when you're working make you happier that are easier to maintain when you're trying to do something for a client?
This railroad book was super challenging because I'm absolutely not a technical person. I never drove a rail train before in my life, and I thought, please, I'm Swiss, and that's an American history. Don't you have American illustrators for making that book?
Yeah. Well,
and I couldn't find anything in the net. It was horrible for me. Horrible, I don't know. Yes, it's everything is. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I would assume too that like not only that, but like trains are something that I put trains in the same ballpark that I put dinosaurs.
Okay.
Wherein like people know them, or people who know about them really know about them.
Yeah.
And so if you get a train wrong, there's gonna be train expert out there that's going to go, well, that's not the right wheelbase for, you know, whatever it is that you're working on. You have to go, well, this isn't my expertise. I have to do this because it's my job. So the I'm going back and looking at questions here, and I see someone, Bob Tebow, who's a friend, mentions the idea of sort of that balance is hard, but also the best way to sort of work. Is there are there certain things though that, like, you know, for me, like if I can't work in or the thing that I have to hold true in my work is that I want to make sure that there are textures and color. And if the work isn't that, then I'm going to probably turn it down. Or if the art director is pushing back, saying, no, this, you know, we don't want that. We want flat. Yeah. I'm gonna fight. And I've never really gotten into a big fight with an art director or anything of the sort. But I'm willing to go there if it sort of fights against my natural tendency as an art maker. Are there certain things that you just will not give up?
That I don't want to give up.
Give up in the sense of, like, you don't want to ever lose in your artwork, even if an art director says, hey, we want, you know, they looked at your artwork and said, we don't like your colors. Would you ever go, like, no, this has to be the color, and fight them on it? Yeah,
I have now a bit a discussion with my agent, and because I work there with a ghost name right now.
Okay.
Because they saw that this kind of work I do on my Insta feed as Tanja doesn't work in the industry, you know. It's it's not that mainstream that they need, that would sell books in the UK or the US. And they told me right now to create some characters like this, and I know I can do that. It's actually, I can do that, but do I want to do that, you know?
Yeah.
I still want to do kind of client works, or do I want to do work that I want to do, that I think that needs the world, that I think I need to see a book like this in a bookshelf in a bookstore. I don't want to create actually more books and more books that I wouldn't buy in a bookshop, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I mean, that is a...
And that's a little bit the discussion I have right now, if I should leave the agency and go for myself, that I can do, because I have not a day job, I have a 40% job, and for have enough money, you know. It's enough, it's too much to say, but to have a bit of money.
Yeah.
And I don't want to bring my creativity in the background, you know.
The idea of sort of, you know, what's interesting to me, honestly, I will tell you right now, what's interesting to me is I love the stuff on Instagram. I think that stuff is so textural and interesting. And I can understand that maybe it's not the most commercial aesthetic. Maybe some people are going to look at it and go like, well, this isn't for, you know, little kids, or not necessarily the stories are or anything of the sort, but just they might look at it and say, hey, this seems very different than sort of what I can get at my local bookstore. But those are the books that I'm going to pick up. Yeah. And so it becomes a question of like who the buyer is more so than who the say like who's the reader.
Yeah. And it's, I know it's a business. It's a hard business, you know, and they need to sell books, you know, and most of the people are mainstream. You can hear that in the music, everything. That's I don't listen that music, and I don't do. And maybe we are a small group of people, you know.
Well,
But
I hope not, but
how
I mean, at the
not?
same time, like go look at Isabel Arsenault,
Yeah,
and her work is not super
no,
mainstream.
yeah,
It's a book for
no,
artists.
yeah. But I don't know if she sell that amount of books as I don't know
As like
as
Oliver Jeffers
maybe
and
some. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I don't
I,
know. I don't know. Mm,
she sells enough. She
She
sells
sells
enough.
it. Yes, she has a great now, and she has yeah. She does her own. No, I think. But you know Beatrice Alemania.
Yes, yes.
Yes, and she did this Snow White book. Super creepy. She's a genius, you know. And a lot of people say, "Whoa, no, that's too much." But that's the thing that I'm interested in.
Well, I mean, one of the things that uh, you know, my agency too is also like tends to do a lot of commercial work, and I don't mean it in the sense of like it's bad of any sort, but it's
No,
their
no.
clientele are some of the bigger publishers, which tend to lean towards like what's going to sell,
Mm-hmm.
um, and in a way, there's part of me that thinks, you know, obviously you have to do some of those in order to have the ability to do something wild or different later on,
Yeah.
because you know you got to build up your
Mm-hmm.
name in a way, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden you can start to play a little bit more.
Yeah.
Um, I'm of the mindset that I'm trying to like. I have to split that difference, and it's like how do I make something that has the freedom and the play that I want
Yeah.
as a visual,
Yeah.
but also know that there's going to be a client need at the end of the day that I have to somehow match or you know,
Mm-hmm.
I have to pay the bills.
Mm-hmm.
A
Yeah.
better way to put it.
Yeah.
I have to
Yeah.
pay the bills sometimes, and
Yeah.
sometimes that means you have to make sacrifices. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I love your Instagram stuff so much that like
Thank you very much.
to me that is such a like a marker of your aesthetic and what sets you apart from everybody else. And I'm not saying that you need to jump ship or anything of the sort. In fact, your agency is a wonderful agency.
Yeah, it is.
But it may require rethinking sort of like what you do for yourself and where you make sacrifices.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Yep.
I mean,
And and you know, I'm already a bit older than some of us, and I think I have not that much time anymore as other people have, you know. It's not nice to say, but yes. And I think the time is running fast. I want to do my own stuff, you know.
yeah. No, I mean, it's as we get older, and I don't mean old, but
No.
as we progress through our career, I mean, I've come to the conclusion that if I were to go back and look at what I was doing when I left school and what I thought I'd be doing
Mm-hmm.
to what I'm doing now, I'm doing something that I never ever would have considered.
Mm-hmm.
It feels so much more natural and feels so much more exciting, and I know that maybe it may not be the like it may not get me book after book after book,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also going to give me books that I'm happy with.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
am I willing to make that sacrifice?
Yeah.
In a way, yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm willing to take the financial hit or the career hit to not have 100 books a year and instead aim for one or a couple because they make me happy and I can walk away smiling at the end of the day.
That's the thing. That's the thing. And I rather work in a bar or something to get the money than to sell my soul, my artistic soul to things that I want to do, you know. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there
Yeah.
I mean, don't sell your never
Yeah.
sell your artistic soul.
No. And you know, of course you can when I was but that's why I'm not a graphic designer anymore. I hated to do client work because you had always 3 or 5 things from the same to show the client, and he always took the baddest. Always, you know, always. And I said, why?
I know that
Why?
one quite well.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but when I hand in sketches, like when I'm doing editorial work,
Yeah.
I always put my favorite ones first.
Yeah.
I always spend more time on them than I would the others. And then
Yeah.
I also, in the email, write, oh, I really have great ideas for this, you know, sketch number 1. And hope that they go, oh, he has great ideas, let's go with it. It doesn't always work out, but they're, you know, you try to sway them the most you can in those situations. But
always, everybody is also in the publisher world, they're always so scared. So scared. Who knew? It's so, nobody has this thing to go on and say, no, let's do that. Come on, go on. Duck, let's see what's happened. So we have a great time. Yeah, but we have also, I think, a great time to make this self-publishing stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a matter
so that,
you know, marketing and the cost of self-publishing, but there are so many opportunities there for folks that want to try something wild or different, or not have to play by potentially the same rules as the sort of large publishing market. I see someone's asking here. It looks like December something. I can't make it out. It says, Tanja, are those soft pastels that you're using? And again, those are oil pastels and color.
Oil pastels, yes. And they are smooth. They're very, very super, super soft, and you can really smash. Do you say smash?
Yep.
Yeah, can rubbing with your finger. It's super satisfying, like creamy, or like make a makeup on a paper. Do the makeup on the paper.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it looks to me, and I assume this is true for you as well, that like working on the surface is part of the fun.
Yeah, that's super fun, you know.
And
that's the fun part. Yeah.
Not having to to constantly mix and figure stuff out and then just apply. That's super healthy. Yeah, and then you can use maybe this as a background for something else. Scan that in, or never knows what's going on. So when you do the stuff in Procreate, are you doing any textural things first, or is it purely just like jump into Procreate and done?
No, I do, when I'm doing it in Procreate, I just first draw what I have to draw. No, actually, I don't like to draw something I first love always to have a layer and draw on this layer. Then I see something in this layer, a body or so. When I have to create a character, I'm starting with a layer and search this character in this layer.
Okay.
And then I draw over it and over it and over it. And the good thing is the sketch is always the best, you know?
Yep.
Actually, if I have to draw over the sketch with tracing paper, it's never the same again. It's I don't know, it doesn't work. So I have to paint over the sketch in Procreate and leave the sketch behind. It's always over there. And then I take textures, and I'm doing textures to it, layers maybe with textures. I'm cheating a lot. It's fun to cheat with Procreate. It's super cool. It's like magic. You can do, whoa, yes, because that we never dreamed of anything like that when I was working in this area as a graphic designer, you know? That's always so magic for me. It's always, whoa, what can we do with this?
It's not really cheating. It's just it's easier.
Easy. And it's also, whoa, I can take a texture and I can put it together and I multiplicate, or I can, I change the colors, and it never stops, you know. I liked it much too. I liked it very much too. Yeah.
So I see a question here that comes from the real Kath Waxman. It says, what has been the most significant action that created more opportunity for you both? That's an interesting question. Not necessarily in the, or at least my interpretation of that, it doesn't always have to be art, but like, what is the thing that you think helped your career the most, and open doors for you?
Oh, does she mean this career as a career? This thing as a book illustrator? Does she mean?
Why don't we answer it in both in the book world and then potentially outside?
Okay. In the book world, the big it was maybe actually, yes, I have to say, this workshop with Lila Rogers. She helped a lot, and with Zoe Tucker.
Yep.
Yes, that was really life changing, and the people we met there, that was yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think. For me, Oh, go ahead and finish. Like, in the book world, you said that, but what about outside of the book world? What's something for you that was sort of changed your perspective, and your opportunities that maybe isn't book related?
I hope I understand this question right.
You talked about book stuff, but what about the design world or just art making in general? Is there anything specific?
The thing is, maybe I'm born with that. I don't know. I never had yes, I remember maybe the thing came out. My mother is an artist too, and she had in the early 70s, 60s a carnival. We had a very nice history of artist carnival here in Switzerland.
Okay.
And they build very great costumes with big hats, with super artistic stuff. And that was my thing, that I want to be an artist. I always wanted to be. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No. Yeah.
That was the moment.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that.
I'm trying to, so as far as book stuff for me, the big thing was probably someone recommending that I go to an SCBWI conference.
Okay.
And so it's the same thing. I mean, obviously a little bit of a different setup than the stuff with Lila Rogers that you did, but the idea of getting out there and conversing with people in an industry. And so that process of sort of talking to people, figuring out, is what I'm thinking of doing the right thing, and you know, who's gonna go to one of those conferences and someone's gonna go, don't do this. I don't think that's gonna happen, but I think putting faith in the fact that making a career shift is not the end of the world, whereas previously I might have been a little bit more hesitant about that. And then art, just in general, the thing that created the most opportunity for me, I don't, this sounds maybe a little bit stupid and maybe a little dumb too, but being a teacher and having someone sit down with me and say, you know, you can do this, and having someone help walk me through was so important to me, and having the resource to be able to ask people questions. And so going through school for me was a very big deal, in the sense that it got me talking to people I never would have had the chance to talk to and converse with. And so it's sort of that reaching out. It's the same sentiment, honestly, as the conference. Being willing to ask questions and being willing to reach out to people that I would think would never give me the light of day. And, you know, lo and behold, all of a sudden they do, and my career shifts, you know, overnight. So that's my go-to in that case. Was there someone influential in your life that sort of played a big part?
Yes.
In your...
It was, of course, my the place where I didn't make a graphic design school. I worked in real life in a design bureau, design atelier. We did real stuff. And this chief, we say chief, chef,
Okay.
chef,
Yep.
the boss.
Yep.
He was very, yeah. And we had, yes, he was, and we had an illustrator. He came for the real illustrations.
Okay.
And he came, and he was very, very, he could this, you know, these old 70s style, 60s style illustrations. He baffed, he made them, and it was for me, wow, sir, I want to do that too. Yeah.
Yes. Seeing him in action.
Yeah, seeing him in action, and he was so super fast. Yeah. I was, wow, bam, bam, because I always wanted to go home, you know. So I learned to be fast enough that I can go home again.
Oh, to go home like after work is done to actually. Yeah. Okay, I didn't know what you meant by go home, but that makes sense now. Yeah. You wanted to be done for the day. And on.
Because I was working in the town for that, and I was used to live on the country. Yes, and I wanted to go back to the country because I'm a country. I love to be, yes, on the countryside. Yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of having someone that is a mentor, or I mean, essentially that's what it is having someone that, because they'll open doors for you. They're the ones that will get you in contact with other people or show you things that you just don't expect. And it doesn't have to be school. It doesn't have to be someone that works in an industry. It can be literally just someone that has a really interesting opinion that opens doors for you. So, someone says December. I'm gonna try to say this. Meiji, something like that. Meisje says, Tanya, can't you make a course for Domestica? I would buy it. Oh.
I don't know. Maybe they never asked me, so it's okay still.
You get.
Was it good? Was it fun? You did one?
I did. It was fun. Yeah, it was entertaining. It was, and what I mean by that, like the process itself was a lot of fun. It did require quite a bit of work.
Okay.
At a certain point, I will admit that.
Super.
But,
super.
But it was the filming process and things were a lot of fun, and it was a interesting process in the sense of just I'm not used to being in front of a camera altogether, and so that was an interesting twist. But I enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed doing something that was saved for posterity's sake, and people can, seeing all the people around the world that have taken it and have written me and said, hey, this really helped, or I learned something. It's been quite rewarding, even though I'm a teacher and I see it on a regular basis. To see it from someone who didn't intentionally come to the school that I'm teaching at is nice.
Yeah. And are they not in Spain? I always thought they're in Spain, but
they started in Spain and then they branched out around the world.
Okay.
They have back, and I think that they're primarily in Spain now.
Okay.
So when I did it, I got to go to Paris.
I said, wow, it's Paris. It's cool.
But I went to Paris because they overbooked. They overbooked the New York location. And so then they had to farm people out to other locations because they just didn't have the time to get through everybody. And so they offered, and that's why I jumped into Paris. They said, do you want to go to Paris? And I'd be dumb not to say yes.
They do a lot of stuff right now. Yeah.
And so that was rewarding. I don't, it's a question of if I did it again and it was not in Paris, would I want to do it? I don't want to choose a cool location. Spain would be fine. Yeah. But it was a challenge, but it also, financially is the biggest reward in the world. No, it's not. But they do pay, so it's not like you're doing it willy-nilly or for the fun of it.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. Oh, Devin Holsworth says, Tanya, that's such a good idea with Domestica.
Ha ha
It'd be so
ha.
fun to experience your enthusiasm. Wait, Devin, did you take my class? Devin's on. That's what I'm wondering. Devin, you don't need my class.
She needs. She needs to. Devon can give a class as well. She writes the loveliest children books. Yes, you know that was so fun. I was there in Bologna with Devon, and she had this kind of big dummy book in her hand with her own written story.
Yeah.
And we met Zoe Tucker, and Zoe said, "Oh yes, I'm very interested. Can you send me that over?" And I said to Devon, "She's here in Bologna, still there. Go and bring it."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And she did.
Show it.
And that was this, yes, and that was this Found You book. No, she's super. Devon is a big star for me. Yeah.
Devin's one of those people too that I like. Devin's on here, and we're talking about Devin without Devin participating. But yeah, Devin's one of those people who like. One, I'm surprised that you did take the course because you don't need it. But thank you since you did. But is someone who is also like has so much talent that it's shocking.
Yeah.
And it does. I mean, honestly, there's doing this Gab and Doodle session and having people join me. Most of the time, I am well, not most of the time, all the time. I am humbled by the fact that people would even consider chatting with me.
Yeah. That's you know, it's a super idea. That is such a good idea in these times to do that. That was a super idea from me. You know, we have this word together with Devon and and Jennifer Potter, and so if one of us does a really great piece, you know, a piece of art that we think, holy, then we say it's a bitch thing. And you know, do you have an idea like you have with this Graham Doodle? That's a bitch thing, and that's the best compliment ever you can give. It is thing.
Like just the idea of the talent that has come on here and chatted with me, and seeing the versatility and like, you know, you mentioning the graphic design and your experience in that world. Is rewarding for not only the audience to hear, but also for me to hear. You know, I have a master's in visual design, and I think I know a lot about design, but I don't know a ton. But just having someone else that I can talk to about sort of like their experiences and how they translated, you know, their work from one industry to another is so helpful and inspiring. In a way that it's nice to have you and people like Devin and all these folks join me and just literally like chat and explore and paint and whatnot. So that's already. I'm saying thank you before we even get to the end of this whole evening. But thank you for joining me.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. You're such a nice person. It's a pleasure.
that doesn't mean we're ending of any sort. That's just a hey, thanks. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do these. Like, I want to do a jungle of some sort, and I'm trying to figure out the textures and colors I want on this stuff. How much time do you get to play and explore and paint for yourself versus clientele work?
I'm lucky right now that the next thing has to come, and he's still writing. He still writes on his manuscript. That's so cool. So
you got a break.
I have a break. Yeah. And then I have only take that, and because I have a gallery show in September. Okay. With a group of artists, so I'm working for that.
Gotcha.
I want to work on my own book. Yeah. Yes. So
even if it's not a like robust break, you at least are getting some sort of shift in the work that you're making by working on gallery stuff and you know, being able to think for yourself.
Yeah.
I assume. I mean, I could be speaking in a way for you that I don't mean to, but I definitely have moments where like work slows down and it's quite rewarding. Honestly, because you don't have to be on your game or always thinking in those situations, that you can sort of slow down and you know, think about what's really important to you.
Yeah. But it's also all the time. It's also scary to have not a book on your table to work on it.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Scary.
that is,
Yeah.
that is scary. I went through a phase or a chunk of time here just recently where like there was nothing on my plate.
Yeah.
And it's coming back. Like I'm starting to get a lot of work now, and it just sort of it goes seasonally, but we will see. Yeah.
So if somebody wants to create a book right now with me, it's okay because I'm never gonna say no. You know.
Oh.
If we say wow, if it's a really cool book, you can't say no. You say yeah. I'm always saying yes.
What,
you know. Then
what
I
if
have
it's another train book though? I said, what if it's another train book though?
No, thank you. That maybe not.
I was like, there's got to be some drawback that'll make that shift, and I figure another train book or something really architectural where you have to be very specific might not be the one.
Yeah, but I know, I can do that, but I don't want to do that.
That sounds about like me. Yeah. I would do it, but it's not on the top of my it's not on the top of my list of things to do. So
actually, on the top are magical animals, or yes, that's on the top. It's funny stuff, yes, or poetic stuff, yes.
Is there something that like some people have asked me before on here? Is there animals or things that I like to draw more often than others? And I tend to lean towards like bigger animals. Like I prefer to draw like bears and elephants and things that, and I just don't like to do lots of little tiny details. And I think that's what it is. But are there certain things that you sort of gravitate towards visually? Like,
right now there are a lot of cats coming out. Maybe because I'm working on a cat shelter, that's possible, maybe of that. But I actually love every kind of animal. And I would love to make a big dragon. That's on my list.
Okay.
A big dragon, would love to do that just because of the lovely details. I don't know.
Wait, I'm gonna challenge you on something real quick. You said you love every animal. Do you actually love every animal, or is there an animal that you're not really that keen?
No, I'm actually happy with every animal. Yeah, even it's a kind of a warm inside a man. So I don't know. Yeah, every animal has his chance to does his best.
Okay. I just like I've heard people say that before, and then I go, "What about a leech?" Or a
What's a leech? What's a leech?
A leech is like how would I describe a leech? It's worm-like, but it sucks your blood. Like if you go in a river.
Oh, yeah, they're very nice. They're very cute. Yeah.
Okay, you really do.
Yeah. They're very helpful. They're very helpful. They do a good job if we need them. Oh.
Okay.
No. It's okay.
You're backing up.
Every thing has its soul, and you can paint the soul of every little devil in the world.
You're backing up your claim that you like them all, so I will give you credit for that. But I'm not. There are certain creatures that I am not keen on, in particular because they creep me out, and they can be around. I just don't want them around me.
Yeah. Of course.
That's the difference.
Mostly us, the little ones. We don't see the little ones yet.
Little
but
bugs.
Yes.
Is there I mean, you mentioned like it was hard to do the train thing, but is there animals that you don't particularly want to draw, or characters that you don't want to draw because of whatever challenge?
You know, a horse is very, if you have to draw a horse realistic, that's super hard.
Yep.
And I had a lot of horses, but actually I don't like horses that much. That's kind of an animal, I think, more stupid than anything else. But no, I won't draw. No,
Okay.
no. I think everything is challenging to draw, and it's an adventure to draw everything, even a train or I don't know. Yes.
So
Yes.
I see a I mean there are certain things that I definitely I'm trying to think if there's an animal that's like a no-go for me. Oh, you know what's really hard for me is birds.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I think it's birds have such a like distinct shape, and if you're off by a little bit, like the piece that I'm working on, and it's not on screen right now, but there's going to be tigers, and like as long as you put some stripes on it, you kind of get that it's a tiger. But birds, like if you have the leg the wrong way or the feathers are slightly off, it doesn't look like the bird that you're aiming for it to be, and all of a sudden it seems really challenging. And so those are ones that I'm like, I often go very cartoony with because I don't know how to draw them realistically.
Yeah,
if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Okay.
I do see a question here that is from Ramatil.art. Says, Tanja, can you tell us a little bit about choosing color palettes for your illustrations? How do you choose and match colors and create harmony?
Like here, I just make it, what comes out. Sometimes I have in Pinterest maybe old tapes, old, I don't know. I have a collection of pictures where I like the colors.
Okay.
Sometimes, or I take only 3 colors and mix them together and see what is going on. But it's also a thing that comes out. I don't make plans while using color, actually. Yeah.
Is it, are there colors that you like more than others?
Maybe, yes, maybe. I don't like, no. I don't like it when it's, this is very colorful. But actually, no, I can't say no. It depends on the work I'm doing. Sometimes it has to be super colorful, and sometimes it hasn't to be. No.
Okay.
It depends on the work. No.
There are definitely like I think of your palette as being very warm.
Yeah,
so like
super,
you're not somebody who's doing lots of like and it sort of shows in a little bit of what you're drawing right now, in the sense of like it almost feels like you use a burnt sienna under painting in all of your work, and that where some of the like the tone comes from. And so there are certain folks that do definitely have like their distinct palette, but I don't know as I think of your work as having a distinct palette, but I do think of it having a specific tone that goes with it.
Yeah, it's nice said. Yes. Maybe yes.
It's one of those things where I think everybody, or it's nice to hear, honestly, it's nice to hear that you're not like overthinking your palettes, or that you just sort of, you figure them out as you go.
I do think about when I'm creating a book, a client book. Then I think about the colors, yes. Then I think about the colors, how they speak. It's like music. They have to have their colors, have their own voice, and then you have to think about. But homework that comes, or I love. Yeah.
There's
no.
Is there when you do your sketches for those books, are you someone who does a color sketch, or are you doing just black and white?
I'm just going black and white. That's very hard for me.
Yeah.
But I'm doing the black and white. Then I choose colors. But maybe for the next book I will do a color study. Maybe. Yes.
Okay.
No. Yeah, that's the thing you learn book by book. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
and my experience has always been that I do not do any color sketching,
Mm-hmm.
even
Mm-hmm.
color studies, and it's because I am so fearful that I'm going to get locked in to a specific palette,
Mm-hmm.
or a specific approach by the art director, where they go,
Mm-hmm.
"Hey, we really love the colors that you chose," and as I'm working, I realize, oh, I don't particularly like those colors, and I
Yeah.
change it. I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to be tied to that specific palette, but I understand that, you know,
Mm-hmm.
there are plenty of people that like to work in multiple, or plan their colors out because it somehow helps them make decisions.
Yeah.
That's just not me of any
No.
sort.
No.
Um,
And it's not so playful, you know. I love the kind of adventure, even if I do a client work.
yeah,
I don't want to know everything.
yes.
Yeah, because then it's super boring, you know. Then you like a computer or a robot. You do you can paint but by numbers
Yep.
actually, you know. But
Yep. No, I've used that. I've used that phrasing myself, the paint by numbers,
yeah,
quite often. It is not what I want to do of any sort.
no,
Um,
no, yeah,
is
no,
there,
no,
when you're making your decisions color wise, are there, obviously, like, every book is going to be slightly different and you're going to find your own approach every time, but are there certain ways that you think about color just in general? Like, I have my own methodology that shows up, for anybody that takes the Domestica course will hear it, but I also know that I am I do not subscribe to the classic art history, or I shouldn't say art history, but the classic like color theory elements.
mm-hmm,
I find them problematic, and I find them
mm-hmm,
too limiting,
mm-hmm,
um, and not
mm-hmm,
challenging in any way. And so I've come up with my own approach. Do you
mm-hmm.
do you have any like methods that you rely on a regular basis to get your work to the level that you want?
Hmm. When I work digitally, I have this color palette, and I think, oh, that would be nice. Take that. Oh, would be nice. Take that. And if I have too many colors, the thing is, when I work digitally, before I finish, I put a layer on everything with a kind of a color, like a sheet of
Oh,
acrylic paint
yep.
in a color, in a soft, I don't know, soft yellow or something. Then I took it on everything, and that gives a touch that has everything a bit the same color, you
Yeah.
know.
Helps
It gives a
unify.
harmony, and it gives a harmony. That's maybe a
That's a
magic trick.
No, that's a good sort of lesson for those that are trying to find how to make
Yep,
their colors unified. It's
yep,
I mentioned the idea of like a grounding color or an underpainting
yep,
of sort of warm tone, but the same thing can be achieved by doing that sort of last minute, like a wash or
yep,
a transparency on top of everything else,
yep,
um,
yep,
to give that sort of
yep.
that.
Harmony. Then everything has this kind of like a finishing touch. I don't know then it looks always better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. No, I get that. That's definitely a
and then you
something that
get
I
that digital look as well.
yeah.
Actually, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's the equivalent of like when people on Procreate use a fake paper layer, or
Yeah,
that paper texture they throw on top of it, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's a watercolor, and it wasn't
yeah,
originally a watercolor, but it looks like one now because of that singular layer that they were able to place on top.
yeah, yeah. And those are super good tricks and very helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
Still trying to figure
Mm-hmm.
out this area here and what I can get away with for textures. Well, I'm trying not to like. I'm trying to make them. This is going to become a jungle that they're sort of peeking through. It's a tiger waving hello.
I see.
Uh,
Yes.
but
You're so good at this collage. Super
I
cool.
have to sit here and figure out like where do I want it to cross over, and where do I want it to like hide an element of an animal versus like uh, show the like every single part of the animal, and I don't want to cut off faces. This is that challenge of when you do work traditionally, and you love a sketch and you love to play. This gets very, very hard at certain points to figure out where you're going.
But it would be also super easy actually for you to scan all these details in, and then you can play around.
Yeah, well, see, again, I don't play around with it once I scan it in. It's I'll just get rid of, like, if there's a little something stuck in the glue, that's about it, and I walk away. But the sentiment is yes, very much a, like, I'm trying to figure stuff out, and hopefully I get it done here. If I don't, then yes, I will jump into those programs and bank on a little bit of layer styles and things of that sort.
Why not?
Yeah. So yes. Is there stuff that you would advice you would give to people who are thinking about starting into this world of kidlit? You know, they've been tempted, or they're trying to get in, and obviously there's advice that's pretty simple, like, you know, just keep working and, like, standard stuff. But is there anything that would be this, like, a clear, precise, like, this is the thing you got to do that no one else is telling you? I mean, even thinking about to your
it's a hard thing to say, but there are really a lot of kidlit illustrators right now. It's kind of a bubble. I was in Bologna last year, and it's wow, hundreds of illustrators running around and want to grab work. So it's super hard at the moment, actually, I think. And the best thing I would say to have a chance is to be very, as you know, very special, or have a very cool story in mind and illustrate it by yourself. Then,
what do you mean by you use the word special? And I'm sure that people are going to go, like, what does that
mean? Unique.
Okay.
Unique.
Okay.
Unique. No, or I really don't know. It's yes, maybe. Yeah.
No, you have to stand out from the crowd.
Maybe not. I don't know. I'm stand out maybe for the crowd, but I don't have not that much work, you know.
Okay.
But if you don't stay up.
Wait.
Yeah, and if you.
How many books have you done?
Oh, I don't know, about 6, 7, but not the big ones, you know. I'm not like Simon and Schuster with all the big ones, you know.
Yeah, but
if you want,
I think.
But yeah, I'm happy. I don't say anything. Okay. I was lucky, but you have to also. It's also you have to be on the right place. You have. It's super, and you have to go to this. SCWI meetings, and go to Bologna and see and show your portfolios everywhere. Yeah. The first time I went, the first time I went to Bologna, I was so, yes, I'm Tanja Stephani, I can draw, la la la. Then I saw, oops, I was very small after that. I went home, I have to do a lot of work. Yeah, you know, it's another world. It's another thing. I don't know.
I mean, the big thing I understand the sentiment of sort of it's you need to stand out from the crowd and you need to do these things, but I also know that people need to be confident in what they do, because I feel like confidence is such a make or break for someone's career, that if they are not confident in their own artwork, it's very hard to go express that to someone and say, hey, you should really hire me, when in reality they're going, well, I think my stuff is okay. Do you think it's okay? And You know, that idea of walking in there going, I am the best thing ever is not always the best thing to do, but you also don't want to walk in and just sort of cut yourself short before they've even had a chance to look at your work and find out anything about you. I'm of the mindset, and maybe I worry a little bit that, you know, like, can I get too braggadocious, or can I get too egotistical and say, like, I could do this, I'm the best, kind of thing. And I try to be wary of that, but I also I want to walk in and say, like, I really can do it. Like, give me a chance, give me the opportunity. Is there an event? I mean, you mentioned Bologna, which I have never been to.
Yeah, I've been
I want to go.
3 or 4 times there. Yeah, it's also place I live, so it's possible.
Yeah, it's a matter of getting time to go over there, and it's always, I feel like, what time of year is it?
Is it April? It's in April. Springtime.
Yep.
Yeah,
and it's beach, so it's hard for me to get away. But I'm dying to go to it at some point.
But it's, you know, when you're there, you think, what? So many books, so many illustrations, so many unbelievable great talents that you go and say, why should I do a picture book? all done, you know. It can be very yes. The last time I went there just for one day. The other times I went there for 3 or 5 days, but one day was enough. I couldn't, because I felt so small. I didn't want to feel like, oh no. But you can buy the best books. Yeah. You can meet very nice publishers. But the thing is, years ago, that was very nice. You could show your portfolio everywhere, but now you have to make actually appointments. You stay in queues for 3 hours maybe or more to show your portfolio, and the publishers the art directors are actually super tired and go, oh yes, oh no, oh yes, please, yeah, can you send me, you know? and if you don't have anything very super cool in your pocket, they say, okay, yeah.
See you later.
And the best is to have a dummy under your arms and go with your own story. Then maybe you have a good chance, because they have all these publishers, I think, have many illustrators in the pipeline, good ones, but not that many stories.
Yep. That's true. That's true. There definitely is a plethora of people wanting to illustrate, and maybe not as many that know how to tell the best story or structure of some sort.
So it's to train in story writing. It's a good idea.
My wife is telling me that she'd love to go to Bologna as well. Maybe someday. Someday we will.
You know, the best food ever there.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, it's probably not. It's not the junk food that we have here in America.
And we went together with a group of illustrators, and that was the best part, you know, to be together with
camaraderie and
you meet in person, and that's unbelievable great.
Is there a specific, like, since I've never been, is it just a bunch of like conference halls that they have stuff in, or is it hotels, or how is it set up?
There are big conference halls, I think about 5 halls.
Okay.
Full of books, and there are sections. There's the American section, then the European section, and Spain, and you see Italian books or Spain books or Korean books or China books you would never have the chance to see, you know. That's when you can buy them. That's magic, you know.
I want to go right now. Can we go right now?
That's really, and it's not so expensive, the books. That's a super part. You can go. They have an illustrator's coffee. That you can take little workshops, but they are already A lot of them are super fast booked out.
Yeah.
And but to meet other illustrations in person, illustrators, that's the best part. Then you see, oh, that's you! Wow, I'm following you! Oh, that's super cool. Yes.
We have a conference that's in the United States. It's called Icon. That's just an illustration conference that I would like to go to at some point. However, this year I don't think I'll be able to go because it times out with something else that I got to do overseas, which is not bad. I mean, it's going to be at a time where I'm probably going to go to Ireland. And it's like, I don't mind going to Ireland, so don't get me wrong there. But I would like to go purely for that idea of being able to sit down and just chat with people that are sort of in the same industry and are having the same sort of either concerns or are trying to, find their way. Seems very exciting to me as well. So,
and you can build chat groups after that. That's why we have this chat group with Jennifer Potter and Isabel Fallon and Devon. That's from there, So we're friends since then, and we chat a lot. And
Is it? Are they nice in the chat, or do they ever like?
They're all bitches. They're all bitches. No, they're super helpful, super nice, and we share everything and help each other, and we can show our stuff we are working on, the top secret stuff, and ask, should I do that, or shall I take a deeper color? So that's very helpful. Yes.
I'm interested to see if Devon's still listening now all of a sudden, because what you just said, and Devon all of a sudden kicks you out of the group. No, I like there are critique groups and stuff that is another thing that I think is a good thing for people who are trying to break in to the industry to do, is to find people you can actually converse, even if they're not like published of any sort, even if they're not sure what they're doing, just having people to check in with and show you or even like point out things that you just wouldn't naturally see in your work.
And everybody's so nice in that industry, in these industries. Everybody's so helpful. There's no challenging, no, I don't show you how I do this. No, it's super. It's super special, actually. Yeah.
No, that was one of the things I noticed right away, that like, it's because I came from the editorial illustration side before kids books, and it's not that was an awful industry or anything of the sort, but it wasn't as well. It wasn't as many people trying to support each other in a public way as the kidlit world is. And so to me, it's really sort of, it's nice to have these folks that I can rely on to back me, and even on this Gab and Doodle, like there's people that I converse with now that are so supportive and say such nice things about me or about sort of experiences that we've had that I never heard when I was in that other industry, because it was the editorial world doesn't have that same like resource of some of those conferences and things where people show up to on a regular basis. I imagine that the graphic design world was maybe a little bit more cutthroat even.
I was young at the time. I wasn't an art director. I was a simple graphic designer. But it was, it was in the 80s. Everything was possible. We have been the biggest, the greatest, That was a good time, actually. And money was there for everything, We had a lot of money. It was a really, really, really super time. Yeah.
This is you mean all those movies that I've watched, and I grew up in the 80s, but I wasn't old enough to pay attention to the finances, but I do know that there were plenty of movies that came out that talked about the the wealth of money at the time and how people splurged on stuff. Showed off, at least the States showed off quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh, it was super cool. I made at this time I made my first exhibition. I had pictures, acrylics, and little objects.
Yeah.
And I didn't know the prices. And an artist came by side and said, "Okay." And it was pictures, little pictures, 3,000 for that, 4,000 for the objects, and I was whoa. And I sold everything at this time. You couldn't, never ever.
Yeah.
Today.
It's,
Without a name, without a name.
I always
Yes.
see on social media and things like people saying like they made this much money on this painting, and sometimes it's figures that I would never pay for that piece, and you know, maybe it's just not my aesthetic. But I also wonder
Yeah.
how much of that is, well, they got that much money, but they're never going to see it again, and it's
Yeah.
a fluke, or it's you know, a one-time instance.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Maybe.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's pricing is hard.
Yeah.
My wife
Yep.
says, should I put that in the notes about the bitches? Probably not. Someone's asking me, is this tissue paper? This is tracing paper that I'm using. And then December, man, I don't know how to say that. MEISJE says, what paper are you using, Tanja? So what is the surface that you're drawing on?
I'm drawing on Hanemühle. Oh, do I have to? It's kind of here. This one. I don't know. Can you see it?
Yeah, that's there's a
No.
delay, so give me a second. I'm trying to watch it on my big feed here on my iPad.
Super smooth and
okay. Is it just like Bristol board, or is it?
no, it's not. So no, Bristol. No, it has. It's smoother. So, I actually use a lot of different papers. I'm not a paper type of wood.
Yeah.
If the color pencil smooth is this paper is smooth enough for the color pencil, I love it. I don't like it when it's too rough.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, like a cold press watercolor paper is not my.
I don't like that. That's why I'm not because I was in art school for 1 year.
Yeah.
And we have this 1 year art school, and we had to do this lot of acrylic and no, it's not my medium. It's my medium for making undergrounds, yes, but not to make pictures anymore. I've done that, you know.
You love.
Yes.
Do you do any wet media, or is it primarily all dry media at this point?
I love dry media. I don't like wet media. No.
Well, you don't want to get your hand. Well, I guess you're getting your hands dirty of some sort because they're touching oil pastels and things of that sort.
Yes.
I have I've played around with a variety of different like mediums, and dry media is not generally my best. I mean, I do colored pencil afterwards, but I am not. I don't think I have the patience to work with something that has such a small point to work with.
Yep.
Like a colored pencil is great for, in my mind, for doing little lines, but I would never be that person that's going to take a colored pencil and do an entire piece with colored pencil. That's time restrictive.
Yeah. No, it's super meditative for me. It's very
Makes sense.
Not for client work. It's not paid.
It's you gotta find, and you gotta pick your battles. You gotta find to when you can use it and when you can't. So tell me a little bit about sort of the artistic world that you are in the sense of like where you live, and what kind of access do you have to galleries, and because I know that you're in Switzerland, but I don't know anything about where, or not that you got. Don't give us your address of any sort. We don't want people harassing you. But
I live in the outback in the nowhere.
Oh, really?
Okay. I live on a little mountain. Yes, in an old farmhouse, and there is actually nothing around than forest and foxes. Yes.
You say fox?
So, foxes,
Yeah.
foxes, and rabbits, and so yeah, I'm super alone actually here. People are not that culture. They know nothing about culture here around. If I want to have some culture, I'm going to the town, Zurich. Maybe you know Zurich.
Yes.
It's a big, yeah, it's not far away. It's 1 hour by car.
Okay.
Then my daughter, one of my daughter, and the other daughter is a tattoo artist now.
Okay.
And to her, I can share a lot of artistic thoughts. And I'm really, I'm feeling guilty, but I'm not going that much to museums. It's also super expensive here in Switzerland. That's the thing. Yes. But we do have a band, my husband and I. We play.
Bam.
Yeah, a band. We play bluegrass.
Oh, that's right.
You know.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah. We do that. And that's then when we travel around and we see other people.
Okay, wait.
So
Because when I think of bluegrass, I think of like southern U.S. bluegrass. Is that what we're talking?
no, maybe more like it's more switching now in the old time folk Irish. I don't know, not that convenient. No, not that super duper bluegrass like Ricky Skaggs. Also,
Okay.
we don't have a band. We don't have a banjo. No.
Okay.
Not
That's
an old
like,
time banjo.
I didn't-
Yes, no,
I didn't know if you were like you're out there with cowboy hats and
no, not at all. No more the old time stuff. No, no. But we do like that music, and it came actually from Europe, as you know.
Wait, bluegrass came from
No. But all I think Americans, all the music is coming from Ireland, also from Switzerland, from Appenzell, from Africa, the banjo.
Yeah.
And they mix it together, so it's not that. Yeah,
It's
we
not,
can use it. We can use it too.
yeah. You can, yeah, but not you're clearly not as well
It's
as
not yours.
what the
It's
state.
not yours.
Yeah. We're
Yes.
the experts in it. That's the
Yeah.
it just caught me off guard when I read that originally the bluegrass thing. I was like, wait. And I would is any now you're in a band, is it online anywhere?
Yes, we do have I think I have a link on my homepage.
Okay. I'll have to dive into that after this and crank up the radio.
No, but it's maybe old. It's maybe old. We are a little bit bad in this online stuff. We have to do it new. We had this discussion, yeah. And we had, also this Corona thing.
Yeah.
And everything was banned and didn't work anymore. So we have to find everything new, and we have to change things. And so, yeah. But that's
how often are you playing music then? Is it like
we play together every second week.
Every second week, okay.
Yes, we play together, and then we're on stage maybe 6 times a year when it's okay. Yeah, not more. I don't have the time more. Yeah.
How many groupies do you have? Do you know what a groupie is?
I would love to have no. I'm an old woman. No, it's not that kind of music to have groupies, I think.
Well, you don't know. Maybe there's someone out there that's
not in leather trousers, in leather trousers, stuff like that. No. Super.
I'm just saying, there's probably someone out there that says, "Hey, I want to go out and I want to tour with you and follow you around everywhere you go."
Yeah, maybe.
You can't cut them short.
That time is gone. Yeah. That train is passed away.
Yeah.
Lucky. Yes.
When you work, your studio, are you in your house? Is there a special space that is defined as your studio?
I had a year before. I was working in the cow stable, in the old cow stable, but it was super freezing cold.
Okay.
Even if I had a little oven, but it was terrible cold for working. And now we have my husband made me made this room renovation, and I have this room now
Okay.
to create. Yeah,
When
it's super cool.
when you were in the cow stable, were there cows there?
There was once cows there, but now there are my sheeps.
Oh, okay.
Sheep.
But when you were in there was nothing else in there.
No, there was
Okay.
nothing
I was
else
gonna
in there.
say,
Yeah, little houses and stuff like that, but not big
I was
ones.
gonna say, if you had to put up all the smells and things that go along with a
No. That's
stable.
gone. No, you know. But
I mean,
it was a nice place. It was big, but super cold, and it's not nice to work and draw when it's
Yeah.
cold. You can't.
you can't draw a straight
That's
line because your hand shakes the whole time.
yeah.
You
Do you have also? Do you have a dog too?
yeah, we got 2 dogs
Yeah, I have
in there.
two, and now I have all the time this little hair on my feet. Do you have the same problem?
No, that's one of the things. That's one of the things that I Photoshop out.
Yeah.
Is we have 2 dogs and 2 cats. So
Yeah.
it's either that or it's a bristle for my brush, and I
Yeah.
don't know which one it is ever. It's from something. It is a remnant. We
And that really. When I had this new room, I went to this new room. I said, "No dogs allowed. No dogs allowed in my room." And that was possible for 1 week. And it's, "Come on, please. I need you by my side."
Yeah.
And now they're good. Yeah.
if
Yeah.
they ever behave properly, they may become studio dogs for me and come down here. But right now they are not. They're still learning.
Okay. Yeah.
It would be nice to have a little dog that just sits down here and
Yeah.
comforts me when I'm bored.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
I was too wary of a situation to play with. So, so here's a lovely question. This is I feel like I already know your answer, but I want for those that wouldn't have been able to guess this. Do you see the image in your head first?
Nope, never. If I have to do client work, maybe, but not here.
Yeah.
No.
I feel like I don't, but I have a sense of what it could be. Like
A sense, yes, a sense,
like
maybe.
the actual image. No, I definitely don't have a distinct image in my mind.
Mhm.
When I start to work, it just sort of becomes the image eventually.
And that's the part.
Yeah.
That's the part that makes the play part. That's why I love to do that. It's because it's playing.
Yes.
It's play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the discovery that is the interesting part for me, and so that idea of like not knowing where it's going to go and
And then when you go to bed, the best thing is when you go to bed and you go back again in your studio to watch it again, the picture, and say, or you go to bed and say, "Oh, that's not good, shit," blah, 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 blah. And then, but part to go back and see your pic and say, yes.
Admittedly, and I always feel kind of self-conscious doing this, but when I'm done for the night painting, oftentimes I do one of these sessions and I'll go back and I'll watch the other person paint, and then I go back and watch myself paint. And part of it is I like to watch the moment when it starts to actually make sense.
Yeah.
There's working on this stuff. It doesn't always connect. Like I'm not even 100% sure I like this composition yet.
Yeah.
I'll get there eventually. But there's going to be a moment where all of a sudden it clicks and I go, oh yes, okay, I see it, and I got it.
Best. Yeah, that's the best kick.
Yeah.
That's luck.
And watching that is very fun.
Yeah.
Sort of see it sort of come to bear fruit.
Yeah.
Of some
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get.
And then you see it on the little thing on Instagram to see it how it looks there. It's also whoa.
Yeah.
I love
it. Doesn't always look great on Instagram.
No, not always, but
sometimes.
Mostly. I think most.
Yeah.
Yeah. The quality is not bad. It's okay. No. And we used to, and it looks, and when it looks very good on a little on a little piece, then it's okay, you know.
Yeah,
On
yeah, you
some
shrink it down.
board, yes.
You shrink it down, and you don't see all the mistakes you made.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah.
is there a scale that you like working at?
My eyes are not that good anymore, so I love to work bigger right now. But in the early times, I love to work very small,
Okay.
very super, super, super tiny. But it changed. It's okay. Yeah.
Hold on one second, Lauren. I don't know if my wife is listening. I need an Advil. I need an aspirin. I have a headache that's coming on. If he hears this, please. Yeah, will you bring me down a couple of Advil? Okay, thank you. My wife records this and does all these, takes notes on these sessions. She's as much as a part of these Gab and Doodle sessions as I am.
Wow.
Behind the scenes. So I will give her credit now.
Yeah. You have to. That's so cool.
Yeah, she's my partner in crime.
Yeah.
She's the smart one, and I make the images. It's actually not that far off from the truth that she is the smart one. But she helps me out, and so she's recording it, so I can just yell out stuff, and she'll hear it upstairs and go, "Oh yes, I can bring you in." Let's see. Yeah, my wife says she doesn't know if anybody actually reads the notes. I hope they do, because she takes the time to write them. But how often do you get to chat with other folks in the kidlit industry?
We should chat more often, but some of us has little children, and because of the time zones, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's super late for me, and I'm an early bird, so I get up 5 o'clock in the morning.
What?
And then I'm super tired at 9, 10, you know.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you get up so early?
That's the best time to be creative for me.
Okay, yeah, for you.
Yep. Dalai Lama does the same. No, it's super fantastic to get up also 4 o'clock in the morning. Everything is calm, nobody's around, you have your time.
Yeah.
When my kids have been teenagers, they have been all around in my studio until 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, and I couldn't work because they wanted to use my computer. And when a teenager comes to speak with you, you have to take the time, you know, as a good parent. So I couldn't work, so I started to go up early in the morning. Then I had my time.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to convince me. We are back up and running. We are here to chat and to have a lovely time. So, so tell me. Well, let me see. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, people are joining back in that were here before, and probably some new folks as well.
I can. Yeah, it works. A little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, I can see all the stuff. So, yeah, I truly don't remember where we left off, so we're just gonna go from somewhere.
Yeah.
So with all the work that you've made throughout, graphic design, throughout picture books and things of the sort, is picture books the love of your art life, or is it sort of the love at the moment?
I can imagine. I would love to see me when I'm 80 that I still can create kind of picture books. That is a nice way to see. But I'm also, my big love is also to paint pictures, actually, not only picture books.
Yeah.
Also pictures. pictures or still playing. I just think it always has to be playing. I don't want to get used to something and then it's bored and I have to, and it comes to it's work now and have to work. It always has to be fun and playful.
That makes sense. I mean, so do you see that at some point it might evolve into some other avenue then?
Maybe.
Or do you think it's just a style or something is going to change?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
Sorry, I'm asking the tough questions. I'm asking the tough ones. The thing that I like, I know that my work has changed throughout my time as an artist, but I also know that time-wise it is bound to continue to evolve. My hope is that it evolves in a way where I stay in this industry.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're right. There's no predicting at this point. Maybe that's part of the challenge of being an artist in general these days.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many opportunities and there's so much room for change and adjustments and whatnot that maybe I shouldn't try to predict it all.
Mm-hmm. Never knows. Never knows if the AI takes work away. We never knows.
Yeah.
Never knows where it's going. Yeah, never knows.
Is there other avenues of art that you have been interested in pursuing at any point?
Yeah, I was trying out ceramics. I really love ceramics, but I think when I want to do something, then I want to do it right, or then I want to have the time for it, then I want to swim in it, to jump in it.
Yeah.
And not, then it needs every part of my body to do it, and not doing picture books and create and that and that and that. I was used to do that in my younger times, but now I can't do that much different things together anymore. I can't just do one or two things,
Yeah, so multitasking is not.
It is
not
multitasking. I'm multitasking. That's I really do, but not that much that I used to.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I'm a little bit. It's for this exhibition. Actually, I would do objects, but I think, oh no, I have to grab that and I have to take that. Oh, so I'm really comfortable to just have the paper in front of me and paint little worlds. That's super. Yeah, I love that. That's actually that's my world right at the moment. That's my world. Yeah.
Is there are there plans in the way of things that you want to accomplish in the Kidlit world?
I want to bring my own stories, of course.
Okay.
That's a plan, and yeah.
But I mean,
that's a.
You mentioned the idea of that books that are fun and funny and playful and whatnot. But there's part of me that is still and I don't know how to answer it, but there's part of me that wants to do something that is really moving in a book at some point, or a book that is meant to really make people think and maybe even make them cry here and there. But
yeah.
Is there anything like that you're like, oh, I gotta?
Actually, yes. We see there are so many books and so many stories, and we have to do a special thing, But I don't want to teach children. I don't want to be like, that's nice. You should be like that when you're a child. Da, 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 da. I actually want to bring them into other worlds.
Okay.
Maybe. No, or open the eyes for other worlds.
Yeah.
And bring them the fantasy back, or I don't know. The thing is, I don't have any grandchild, so I don't know how they work now, the children from today, but I think I don't know. Yeah, or doing what a nice thing is doing picture books for adults. That would be actually that's what I want to do for adults.
I like the statement. I don't know how they work.
Yeah,
it's like you've forgotten how little kids operate.
Children's change. They're change with the time. I don't know. Yeah.
They're still the same. They have more access to screens. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They have that. Yeah. And more faster stuff and more super stuff and more digital heroes and I don't know. Yes, kind of like that. But to creating picture books, actually, I would love to create a super artistic picture book together with other artists for adults. Something like that would be
sort of challenge the convention of what a picture book can be.
Yes, maybe, yeah. And not a dark one, not like this dark, a picture book for adults to make them happy again, you know? Yeah. Maybe to give the positivity of not fairy tales, but of this, I don't know the word, but of the mystery of the other thing in life that can be without anything else. If you ever be alone, you know this story that is such a nice story from a children's book story from mouses. They collect all the things for the winter. Only one mouse is only watching the sun and sees the clouds and smells on the flowers, and the other mouse says, why don't you work, and you have to work too. And this mouse doesn't work. And then when it's winter and all the mouses are down and it gets boring, then this mouse could tell the story from the clouds, from the sun, from the smell of the flower. That's such a nice story. And that's the thing that maybe we should do I want to do something like this mouse is doing. Yeah, so bring something back.
It's a very cute sentiment too. Just the idea of like, if you're not paying attention to how things operate, that when it's all gone, you won't remember it. And I mean, even that idea of the nostalgia factor of the thing that draws me to kids' books is both the being able to make artwork for it, but also there is a sense of what I want to say, like a reliving my childhood in the process.
Yes.
So that is a nice factor that comes out of it that I don't think every job allows in the same way. Trying to find a certain color here. If I can find it, that's not what I wanted. Hold on a second. I'm trying to dig through a bunch of Posca markers and see if I can find the color that I want. Why can I not find this color? Guess I can open up a new one. That seems silly.
We actually use a bit the same colors right at the moment. I think it's so.
Yeah. we do have a similar color palette.
Yeah.
That's happening. Now, I would venture to say that yours is probably a little bit more exciting than what I'm getting, but I love the variety. Like some of the blues that you have in yours are really lovely.
Yeah.
I would like to I should see if I can get some of those back into mine.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. You can have it. You're allowed to take that blue.
Well, I'm allowed, but I don't know.
Maybe if you ask nice and lovely, and you can take the blue. Maybe
that's a problem. I don't know how to ask nice and lovely. That's not within in my wheelhouse here. What I want to make sure we're keeping an eye on time because I have a feeling that it's probably getting. Yeah, you're at 10:30 there.
Yeah, I actually have to go to bed because I have to work tomorrow on the cat shelter, and it's super hard.
Wait, on the cat shelter?
Yeah, I work on a cat shelter. Yes,
Like you
we have.
take care of cats?
Yeah, we have 47 cats, and they're all cats that nobody wants anymore, so they can stay until they die in our place.
Wait,
Yes.
this is at your house or at the location?
No, that's not my house. I'm working outside in the shelter. Yeah.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's a lot of cats if it's in your house. Like
No,
sometimes we
thank
have,
you.
foster houses for things like that over here, but that's a different story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of cats. That's a lot of cat litter.
That's a lot.
That's what I actually think about is someone has to clean all those litter boxes.
Yeah. The little boxes, but they had a big space outside, and it's a lot of work, and we have to wash all the towels every week for the little cats. They're like kings and queens, and we are the slaves, you know.
Is this a volunteer thing, or is this something that?
No, it's kind of a job I do there. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a ton of work, and I don't know if it's the work that I would want to do. Because it's like cleaning.
It's cleaning, but you have sometimes it's very helpful for me because my head is free to be creative,
Yep.
you know. That's sometimes I can clean my head, don't think about anything, just do my work and work with my body. It's very helpful. Then when I sit all around the day when I'm drawing, I'm working. And I work with animals, and it's super inspiring. Cats are super inspiring because everyone is different from the other. And we have a team. I'm with people, with young people. They are 25 actually around. So it's also it's okay. I really love it. Yeah.
So how many cats do you have in your house right now then?
I have only one. I have one cat at my home place. 2 dogs and 1 cat.
2 ducks?
Yeah, I have 2. Yeah.
And sheep?
And 3 sheep, yes.
What else are you hiding there? What other zoo animals we got going? Is that it?
That's at the moment enough. Yeah.
Okay.
But I used to have in France, we had 200 sheep and 30 horses and cows and everything, you know. Oh, we have 4 chicken as well, you know. Yeah, we have 4 chickens. Yeah, I live in a farmhouse, so we can have all these things.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. That's a lot.
That's a lot, yes, and that's time consuming as well. But I have a lovely husband, and he's retired, and he do that. He's the keeper of the animals here. Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So. Well. Yeah. I don't want to keep you. I know that if you do need a roll, and you're
I need
on fume.
Slowly close section and go to bed. Maybe. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That will be nice.
I must say it's been lovely to chat with you and to sort of see all the textures, because even when you started out, I wasn't sure exactly where all the textures were going to come from and sort of how you make, and to watch this thing slowly sort of build, and what I thought was starting out to be a nose became something else, and like I saw all these things in the texture and I was like, where is this going to go? And then I get to watch you actually go to the places that you go with it is quite lovely. So
thank you very much. Yeah, it was super cool for me too, and it wasn't that bad as I thought in the moment, because I was like, whoa, I was so scared about, but it's super easy. It's super. You can, it's super cool.
I try to keep it light and festive, and generally the hard part that most people have is getting over the working and talking at the same time.
Yeah, but if you are doodling, then it's super easy.
Yeah, because you're not having to plan.
Yeah, then it's super easy. Yeah, you can work. Yeah, that's not a problem. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me, and it was a pleasure.
Yes, thank you. And we'll be in touch. I always try to stay in touch with the folks that come on here, and we'll have to chat again at some point.
Yeah.
And so this was quite lovely to spend the
Yeah.
time.
Yes, super cool. Okay.
Right. Go
Say
have a
hi
lovely
to you.
night.
And
Okay,
thank you very much.
Right.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. My feed is looking blurry again, and I'm getting frustrated with the fact that there's so much blurriness going on here, and hopefully that corrects itself. We will see. Let's see. I'm watching. Okay, so my feed on my phone looks okay, but with Tanya's looks clear. Now it doesn't look so clear. I don't want to have to start again and make a part 3. That would be a bummer. Oh wait, now it's sharpening up. Okay, it could be just the transition of one feed leaving that did that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw the challenge at those that are listening to. If you have questions or things of the sort that you would like to ask me, feel free to throw them in the comments. I'm going to try to watch the comments as I work here. I'm going to slowly be building up these little tigers. And originally, and I'm not sure if I'm going to do it right now, I'm trying to decide. There was going to be a little girl that was going to be down here waving at the tiger, and I may still do that, but I want to figure out these tigers first and sort of what they're going to look like and how I deal with them. Part of it is trying to get the texture to be the right texture for them on these tails and legs and things. And my cat is stepping all over stuff, crinkling paper in the background if you can't hear that. Let's not do that, Kitty. Let's get down. Get down. Boom. There we go. So I'm going to sit here and work on this and try to get this sort of together. I may end up actually doing some of these with brush. It might be a little bit easier than doing with these markers, but we will see to get the sort of fine point that I want on some of these. Maybe I will do that. Maybe I'll do those with the brush versus a marker. So again, if people have questions, throw them out there so I can answer away. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep painting. Who's in the road loving? Linzer's 31. Thank you. So I'm going to slowly build up stripes. So, yes, question. Do you always do collage? Not always. It depends on the project. So like a lot of the books that I've worked on have not been collage. They've just been paint. Sometimes I will do editorial gigs and things of the sort that will be paint, or they will be paint and digital, or they'll be, interesting combinations. Let's put it that way. Of things. The collage stuff is what I really enjoy at this point, but that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that I'm willing to do. It really just comes down to on these sessions here, I feel like collage is the most playful for me, and so I tend to lean on it for the Gab and Doodle. But there was talk a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was last week. Who was it? Maybe it was last week, about doing a material swap session where I send someone some material they've never used before, and they send something to me, or we both get the same material and play with it and see where we go with it. Just something that we've never worked with before, and for the challenge. And in that case, I would mix things up. But Yeah. So for the most part, before it was primarily um, uh, uh, acrylic or acrylic gouache, and uh, sometimes colored pencil, sometimes some pan pastel, sort of again mixture just to get the right textures that I want. But as of recently, it's been collage, collage, collage. Let's see. Cropla drawings. I want to say that I love your domestic course. Do you teach in some other places online? Well, thank you. No, I don't currently teach anywhere else online. I do teach at a college, but not necessarily in any sort of like public online thing. Now, if you want to join college, then yes, I can. There are some courses I teach online there, but for the most part, it's the Domestica course. One thing that I do, or I have started doing is, especially in the summers, and I don't know if it's going to work out this summer just because of schedule, or at least not in the same capacity, but I do mentorships during that time frame. And so when I'm done teaching at the collegiate level and I have a break, I will do some individual mentorships with folks. And I've done that for the last couple summers. And so people can buy sessions that are like a single, a double, or a 4-session thing where we check in and I go through portfolio and I give assignments and things of that sort. So I sort of tailor it to specific interests. The challenge this year is just when I normally do this at the beginning of the summer, and I think I'm going to be overseas at that point. And so I don't know as I'm going to have that much of an opportunity to do it. And so if I can, I will definitely give that option to folks, but I can't guarantee it right now. Okay, let's see. This is, let's get the right marker here. Let's see. Oh, I missed some. Hold on, let me get back here. Thank you. Tan Louis illustration. No, Tan Louis illustration. Does answering live questions ever distract you from your craft? Good question. It can, in the sense that, like, if I'm really having to make a decision, but I've gotten to a point where I generally am okay answering as I make. Some of this is just, after working in the college environment, doing demos or those kind of things, you get used to conversing and making at the same time. And, admittedly, I go back to watch these later and I go like, oh, I didn't make any sense there for a second. But for the most part, it's not super challenging or laborious. But there are times you'll hear me like sort of zone out for seconds as I'm trying to figure out what I want to say next. But I think I manage okay. I'm trying to get some interesting texture in these tigers. Part of the problem is I have a bunch of glue down there where it's not sticking in a way that I particularly like. And so I have to like fight it the whole time, which is really frustrating. Oh, you know what else I gotta do is I gotta do the lines. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna wait on that. Let's see if I can get rid of that. I'm gonna put the eyes in first, and then I will do the eyes, the lines around the eyes. So the mentorship, how does it work? I'm assuming how is it working? So what I do, and again, if I can do it this summer, I will. But what I do is I give out a price list essentially, and I post a thing saying, hey, I'm open to mentorships. And those that want it, reach out. I have a form that I have them fill out that basically says, what do you want to accomplish? it's not that it has to be tied to Kidlit of any sort, but obviously that is my career choice at this point, and so I tend to lean on that as an easy go-to if people are looking for advice there. But I'm happy to tackle other things as we go along, and then depending on how many sessions, if it's a singular session, it is more of a portfolio check-in and some advice. If it is a multi-session thing, I will give assignments where the people, I'll give the assignment, and then the next week we'll talk about the work that was done and figure out if there's other things that need to be tackled. And depending on how many sessions it is, if it's a 2 or a 4, might involve more assignments or more specificity as we go along. So this glue is giving me all sorts of problems here. Let me see. So on the acropolis drawings, I tried a similar collage technique, both tissue paper and acrylic ink. I'd love to go to a USA college. Unfortunately, I'm from Europe. Looking to have you in Europe. Yeah, I'm not in Europe right now. It would be lovely. One of the things that we actually talked about with this trip that I'm doing to Ireland over the summer is through my college, and we're going to have actually, there you go. There's a way. I'll be in not necessarily in Europe, but I'll be in Ireland. At Montserrat College of Art, we're doing classes, so I'm going to be over there teaching, and it's a narrative writing and studio making class, and my cohort Aaron Dion is going to be doing the writing side, and I'll be doing the artistic side, and we're going to be over in a small town in Ireland. And it's really just about narrative. It's about how do you write and draw a story, and so it is open to people that are outside of the Montserrat community, and so like parents of students can go, and folks from other colleges can go and whatnot. So there will be there's an option there if you want to meet up and you want to do it, but you have to pay for the class essentially and join the class. Yeah, if you want to do the mentorship, I will keep you in mind. Just keep an eye out. I will announce on here at some point if I'm going to be doing that this summer. It really just depends on sort of schedule. That's going to be the hard part, is trying to figure out what schedule makes sense for it. Let me get these. These are acrylic paint markers that are a little they're a little cheaper, so they work a little differently, and I'm still trying to figure them out as far as like how much pigment comes out of them. I'm keeping it sort of textural and fun. I think it really is just there's so much glue on that. On those, I don't remember putting that much glue down, but I must have. See, I want it to be like that. Yeah, that's little pink cheeks. There we go. Now it's coming out a little better. Little pink cheek tigers. I should put in the eyes too. Ooh, that's a lot of paint came out of that little push. I didn't mean for that to come out that heavy, but so be it. I see there's another question, so hold on, let me clean up some of this. We got a little mess happening in a couple of spots. I'm gonna soak up some paint. There we go. Better. Okay. Sally Timmons illustration. You are spot on. So Anna Coppola, I'm in Italy, but would like to know about it. Is it like a summer course? Leave the link, please. Who knows? Yes, if you want to go, let me see. Well, I can't do it right now. Anya Coppola, what I would suggest is why don't you DM me? Because right now I'm using my phone, so I can't actually drop a link at the moment because I'm using my phone to record and things of the sort. But if you want to DM me, I'd be happy to share the information and let you. There's limited slots, so people are applying, and depending on applications, we'll have to figure out how many people are actually going. But I'd be happy to send you the info if it would be helpful. And it is, as Sally Timmons' illustration said, we are right now tentatively looking at it being at the Burren College of Art. It's in Ireland. That's in right near Galway. And so it's a very quiet, small community, but with some trips to other locations and things of the sort. But it would be primarily college students. Some other folks, of course, but primarily college students. So, let's see, I'm gonna try to get some more yellow into some of these. I realize this leg here that's back here is so yellow. I want to make sure I get some brighter yellows down on these little baby tigers down towards the bottom. Blend that yellow out. There we go. So Sally Timmons, does that mean you've been to the Burren? Let's see. So when during in order to let me time to learn, learn English. It would be in English, though. I will warn you that I am no expert in other languages. Oh, you went to a lecture in photography there. There you go. Yeah, Galway is supposed to be very, very pretty and whatnot. I've never been there, to be honest, and so this is going to be exploratory for me. And it really depends on numbers. Like, do we have enough numbers to make it worth the trip? But I am pretty hopeful at this point that it will happen. And the goal is that it's not necessarily a kidlit thing of any sort, but it's about narrative and about how do you tell a story and what kind of story do you want to tell through your own artistic practice. So right now we have people that are interested that are photographers and people that are more sort of painterly or printmakers and things of the sort, and primarily it's going to be like done on site. So it's a lot of like going out and drawing on location and coming back to the studio and how do you interpret those images. We have to write the syllabi still, but we have an idea of what the course is going to be like. So, lectured in photography there. Thank you, Lauren. I didn't catch that. December, I'm going to sleep. Thank you for this. Not a problem. Thank you for joining me. You've been on here quite a few times recently, and so it's been a pleasure to see your name pop up. Okay, let's keep making these decisions. So I already did some darker colors on some of these legs over here, but I'm gonna. Nope, now is too much. What happened to that paper towel? What time are we at? 4:54. So about an hour. Actually, a little bit longer because I started this over, but I want to try to end in about an hour. So let's see if I can get this all squared up in time. I do think there's going to have to be some heavy photoshopping in these stripes because they are problematic in certain areas here. I'm trying to get like just variety of colors and textures, and then I still want to do leaves. I still have so much stuff on doing this yet. It's a little daunting, actually. A little scary how much I still want to do, and can I get it done in that time frame? We will try. Little baby tiger eyes. Little baby tiger eyes. Let's see. Get some. Stripes over on this side. Man, my headache is not going away. Okay, let's see. A couple transitional neck. Lines there. There we go. Tiger eyes. They're watching you. Watching your every move. Tiger eyes. Toodly-doo. Tiger eyes. Lauren, if you are listening right now, would you also run me down a little bit of Tylenol? Because currently my head is ringing. Thank you. Let's see, I put one eye there. Then I come over here. I'll put another eye over here. Aha. Let's stick these down. Eyeballs. Eyeballs. So what other questions do people have? I still see there's 16 people watching or listening, and they're all so quiet. Now's the time to jump in and go, hey, Mark, what's wrong with you? And I would have to answer because that's the format. You can ask me anything. I would have to. Okay, question. Do you use reference before something? Hold on. I started to read it and I went to attach the eyeballs here.
Charlie, what are you doing?
Hold on a second.
I have a timer going.
Okay, there we go. Get that out of there. So, question: do you use reference before to make your art, or is it just from your imagination? For example, the tiger lines. No, these are totally made up. If these were, yeah, if these were accurate, I probably won't want to do it. Reference comes from looking and whatnot, but I don't do a lot of like photo in front of me to draw from. I really like the idea of just sort of sounds maybe not the greatest, but winging it on a regular basis and trying to just discover as I go along. And so I make decisions that are based more so on, like, is it a good design versus is it the most accurate thing in the world. As long as it looks somewhat like the thing I'm trying to make it look like, then I'm okay with it. If you looked at this and you said these were horses, I would go oops and probably go back and rework and change things around. But I think for the most part, they are tigers, and so I'm okay with it. Unless you tell me they really do look like horses, then let's have that conversation, because I want to know. Let's see. Okay, let's do some. This guy's just like, it's not coming out in the same way it once did. I hope I didn't like gunk it up too much with glue. There's not even like a ton of glue on this. That's what's confusing me. On your crop blower drawing, to use acrylic medium as a glue as well. If not, it's worth trying, especially with a credit card to apply it. Maybe there's some other tips for glue. Yeah, no, I've used. I know people that use Mod Podge and some other mediums and whatnot, and I used to use the acrylic stuff. The challenge that I found with acrylic, and is part of the challenge of I just didn't realize I put down so much glue in this case, is that it has the tendency to get a little plasticky, and once it gets too plasticky, it gets really hard to adhere stuff. And so, like colored pencil, when you start to draw with those, they start to not be able to stick to the surface. And so I tend to lean a little bit heavier on glue that I can maybe be a little bit more careful with. The other option, which I could do, and actually maybe the best option right now, is to actually go over it with a little bit of matte medium, and that should actually help quite a bit. So if I actually take some of this, and why matte medium works is because it essentially is a how do I want to describe it? It has little bits of pigment, or not pigment, but little bits of like white in it. So it's going to go down clear. So like if I do this, it shouldn't affect the colors of any sort. But what it will do is seal it, and it has a little bit of a tooth to it because of that little flake of white that's in it that makes it matte. And when you do that, it means that less stuff or more stuff can stick to it. So in this case, yes, this is a little bit of acrylic that I'm going to essentially apply. I have to be careful here because I did some of this in like a chalk marker. And if I have that be too, or if I hit it with anything wet like this medium, it can potentially bring up that chalky texture that's there. But in this case, I can just go over it like this and make it easier. Like you can see, it's picking up some yellow. I don't know where it's picking up that yellow from, but it did. And so I'm gonna have to go back over like the white of the eyes here and things of the sort, just to get it so it's back to its core color. This is the challenge of working in something that's mixed media, is trying to get all the media to work with each other. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's my dog. Going crazy up there. Oh no, yeah, see, some of that's smearing, which I don't particularly want. I'll have to do lots of corrections. It's like not dry or something. I don't know what's, or it's just because it's sitting on top of the glue that it's moving around too much. But we will get there. We will get there. And this is, when you work traditionally, you have to make corrections. That's what we're going to have to do. That's just my baby doggy. So let me dry that with a hairdryer. Hold on a second. This may be a little bit loud, so bear with us. It should help. Seal those in. I kind of actually like some of the texture this yellow marker is giving. Okay, so let's do this then. Let's get back in here with pencil. Get some interesting textures. Oh, okay, there you go. Yes, matte acrylic medium. Yes. So I do use that. I used to use gloss when I was just doing pure acrylic, but it's not as effective as the matte for cleaning up sections that you need, because it still added that sheen to stuff that I didn't want. So let's see. I need, where's that yellow that I used? There's the yellow I used. So I might end up having to hand paint a few little sections on this to get it the texture that I want and colors that I want and all that fun stuff. Let's see. First things first, let's get some of this yellow. Tiny bit of that red. Let's get in there and let's blast this guy with some of this yellow paint. I'll do the same over here. I'll get this sort of glowy or warm paint back on top of some of this. Oop, there's the dog again. Let's get that guy and that guy done. Oh, could I kind of replace? Yes. As far as other glues, so Mod Podge is a crafting glue that's essentially available that you can use. It's sort of a, I think it goes down matte, but people use it for decoupage. I don't even know how to say it. Sort of for crafting for purposes, but it actually works well for the same sort of sentiment as what you're suggesting with the matte medium. I think it might be a little bit cheaper. And then I use just Elmer's, or you can use a bookbinding medium. So you can buy bookbinding glue, and essentially what that is a thinner glue. So if you took something like a standard like Elmer's glue or something of the sort, and you added about 50% water to it, so it's not as pure a glue. It's a little bit more sort of liquidy. That's essentially what that is. And so you can go and get some precision out of that. The challenge is it needs to be applied generally with like a brush or something of the sort that I don't like having to work with a brush when it comes to glue. It just seems to be messier in my mind. So that's that. This guy's gotten really messy, honestly, already. What can I ask viewers? Maybe what are you working on these days? Oh, that's a good question there, Lauren. It's like, you know what you're doing. So what are people working on? What's the go-to projects for everybody right now? As you're tuning in here and you're listening to me ramble, what's on the desk? What's on the desktop? What's the go-to project? Look up in a second, see if anybody answered that. No, not yet. Okay. If you wanted to, true bookbinding glue, by the way, is not just glue that's watered down. It's actually a different type of glue, but it requires powder that you mix with water and boil, and it's almost like rabbit glue, essentially. But it's very similar in the sense that it's very thin, and you apply it that way. I just happen to like Elmer's because it's cheap. So my wife posted very nicely. If you folks are making art while you watch or listen, please share it if you can. Use the hashtag Doodle along, and they will be. It's a hashtag that we use where anybody that's doodling along with us gets to put stuff up, and then everybody gets to see what you're making, and all sorts of wonderful things happen. That's not the marker I want. I want something like this. This one. Ooh, this one's a good one. This one. Okay, let's see. Where did that brush go? Doodle-doodle-doo. Where did that brush go? Doodle-doodle-doo. I'm hoping this headache goes away soon because it is painful. Let's stuff popped up. Let me get to it. So I'm working on a Skillshare course right now, and also taking a new book project. I just published my first book. Congratulations. But the text was mine, so it's time to think my own storybook. Lovely. I want to draw and say continue making questions. Okay, you can keep asking questions. I have no problem with that. Congratulations on the book, though. Getting a book published is not a easy process of any sort. It is time consuming, and I know the time and effort that has to go into it to make sure that it gets done. And so congratulations to you. Congratulations all around. That's what we'll do. Tiger stripes right there. I still need to do the nose on that one because it got washed away. This one, we're getting there. These stripes on these are just all over the place, but they will get there. Trying to create variety and texture in these stripes. They don't feel all the same, essentially. I don't want them to feel like they're the same. They feel very different. Interesting. Hopefully I can get them to do that. Otherwise I'm in trouble. I don't want to be in trouble. I never want to be in trouble. Anya Crow Drawings says thank you. Well, thank you for joining me and listening to my nonsense all evening. A lot of times it is absolute nonsense. Okay, those are getting there. There was one that I wanted to tweak. What's about this one? No, I needed something there, and then there was one other one that I thought I saw. Still have to do all the tiger up top too. Okay, let's see. Little touches here and there. Get these tigers caught up. The other question is, should I go and make them have bright white tips to their tails, which they do have, like this? Will those show up enough? Well, I guess they will, yeah. Bright white tails. hands on their feet. You don't have to paint along. It's okay. There are a lot of people that actually just listen, and which I think is even crazier. That people would even want to just listen to this. Not the guests, but me. But there are people that will do that and then paint along or do whatever project they're working on in the background. I just don't know why people want to listen to me all that. Just listen at least. But you know, to each their own. I'm not gonna yuck people's yum. Let's see. Let's get. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go. Right there. And give this tiger a nice bright white belly. However, I'm going to curve it up this way, so it'll work better that way. I need more white paint though. That's not white. That's not white. This is white. Just so everybody knows, my dog peed outside. I know it's really cool, but we've had a lot of rain and a lot of snow recently, and one of our dogs was afraid to go potty outside, and so there's been lots of potty talk about she went in the house or she did this or that, and to know that she actually went outside is a wonderful news in this household. I know it's not cool to listeners. They're not like, whoa, listen to you say ever. But to me, to this little guy, it is pretty awesome. Me? That sounds like some meme. Hey? Da 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 da. Oh, it's extra textural this time. And it's like chunky. I don't know what's going on here. I don't particularly like how chunky it is, but we'll deal with it. As we always do. We'll get it back up to where it needs to be. Still haven't even touched the trees. There's a whole nother thing I gotta do on this. Okay, let's see. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this yellow. What was this yellow? So that yellow? Yeah, because that one was it? No, it was this one. Wait, was it? I don't know. No, it was this one. Okay, it was this one. Come in here. Tints. Pull some of these colors around. Put some textures in. Here comes trouble. You want to say hi, Trouble?
Hey, don't call me that.
Don't be Trouble then. What do you think of that?
Scratch your back.
Dig it. I dig it. Okay, let's see. Nose on this guy here. Okay, let me do this now. Let's get in here. I'm gonna let's see. I love too many techniques. Basically, I try everything and continue experimenting. That is. Oh wait. Oh, there's a whole conversation going on. I missed it. Sorry. Let's see. What's everyone's favorite material to work with? There we go. Gouache, acrylic, carandaches, pencils, and you. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Watercolor also. Love many text basis for everything. Continue experimenting. Like I said, I used to be a gouache person. Let's put it that way. However, I think as time has gone on, acrylic gouache offers so many other benefits that I feel like just pure gouache struggles with when working on a long-term project. Let's put it that way. And what I mean by that is color matching and things of this sort can be a little bit hard with gouache just because it's water soluble, so it can pick up all the tones, and we put something down and you have to cover it up. It's a little bit more difficult than if you're just working in pure or if you're working in acrylic gouache, which you can layer and stack. But they're both quite effective and can be very easy to work with. And so it's just a question of sort of like what makes your process that much easier is which one I go with. And so for the most part, I'm acrylic gouache, but there are some projects I just use pure acrylic even, which is a whole nother thing. And another one. Let's see. Get this in here. Let's see if I can get. Oh no, that's not active there. Sounds like there's a kitty that's playing with a toy in the background. Go figure. I'm trying to get these.
And there's a dog.
There's our dog. One of the two idiots, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. You want me to show that on screen?
Uh,
What's it say on it?
I see you.
Oh, okay. So everybody, this is my son made me this in his art class. He sewed a teddy bear for me. Look at that. It's all puffy. I might have to sleep with this teddy bear.
Yeah.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome, bud. I like how you did the ears, the sort of like stacking of the colors there. I'm going to save him over here so he doesn't get paint on him, but I like it.
It as a late Christmas gift.
Yeah, a late Christmas gift, but you know what? A late Christmas gift is better than a no Christmas gift at all. Not that you didn't give me a Christmas gift, but I'm just saying late is okay in my book. Let's see. He embroidered the faces and ears. Yeah, it was very cute. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I need to keep adding white to these feet to make them stand out. They're sort of disappearing a little bit. I don't want them to disappear. I want them to pop there. So I might have to digitally touch those up to make sure they get back to bright white. Right now they're not quite white. They're not quite white. Quite white. Quite white. Get these feet here, a little white. I know it's not perfect for a tiger, but you know, it is what it is. I have these white sections on their feetsies, and then we're gonna get this one here. It's gonna have some white there. Let's get that a little bit more smooth so I can get it down the way that I want it to go down. There we go. Slowly build it up. Does anybody out there want to go into my meeting tomorrow that I have to sit in for? Or not? I don't know. The meeting isn't this long, but it's like a 12-hour day for me. If anybody wants to do that, you're more than welcome. Still have to do all the stripes on the adult tiger. There. I'm just not happy with the thick the paint got at one point. It got really thick in a couple of spots. Not super keen on that, but it is what it is. That's what Photoshop is for. Let's see, there's a whole conversation I haven't been part of up there. That's okay. Okay, let's see. Let's get some of these other stripes in on the adult here. Get those out of the way. bit of black in there. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these stripes in here, and then I'm going to come back and add the darker stripes. So it'll match. Add some of the other tones and things, go back on those other ones. Okay. So again, if you have questions for me, feel free to ask. I'm here to answer. Just put them in those comments. Oh, hey, Katie. Do they have names? No. You want to give them names? What should we call the big one? Let's see. It just says lovely. I have no sound right now, so I will hop out and come back. There we go. A little bit more black in that. Make that work. There you go. Big one is named Cheddar. That is a perfect name for the big one. I like it. And the little ones are Cheeto and Cheese Puff. That's my suggestion, at least. Did Charlie just say Gerald Fluffington? Fluffy pants, yeah. Gerald Fluffington, MD, He's a doctor. Let's see, we're gonna get this. It's taking some time, but we're gonna get there. Get some of this on the tail. Get some more up these legs. Okay, let's see. Let's get this. So it worked up again. Trying to get the right. Right combo of colors. Oh, what am I using for those lines with the M's? So I'm using, well, right now I'm doing some of these with brush, but I have Posca markers here. I have some chalk markers. I have some generic Posca type markers that are here. It's basically anything that will make a mark, but they, for the most part, the acrylic, like Posca markers, an acrylic based marker is preferred. they sort of sit on top of everything. Minus, I did have some problems in this session because I was using those on top of some glue, and the glue became problematic. It didn't stick as well as I had hoped. But we're getting there. Let's see. I'm trying to. Finish up said tiger. I think I got a glue here to make it work okay, but I will get there. Okay, let's get. Okay, let's see. A couple last little touches of things on said tiger here. Okay. Now I do need to touch up one spot on the tigers down below. I need a little bit of to put some color between those stripes. That plus maybe a little bit more this burnt sienna. Even it out a little bit. Get in there. Okay, let's see. Let's keep going. 2, 1. Continuously make that paw white. 2. Make that belly white. 2 white. Okay, where's my black Posco marker? There it is. Let me dry this real quick here. Okay. Eyeballs. Eyeballs to the rescue. So let's get some. What? You need me to talk more? Male has 7? What? Oh, I know what we're talking about. I thought it was 9. That was 9. Let's see. Danny Debua from Quebec. Creations are beautiful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We're talking about how many nipples my dog has. And I am pretty sure that it's 9 nipples. Now, why we're talking about that? Because the other day I was looking at them and they seemed uneven. And I figured they would be even, and they weren't. And it ends up that dogs, I guess, don't have to have an even matching number. I mean, I guess humans have, sometimes people have a third one and things of the sort, but it just caught me off guard. I didn't realize that was a thing. Apparently it is. Apparently that's a thing that's out there in the world. And so, I really don't remember exactly how we got in that conversation originally, but yes, we started to talk at one point with a friend about my dog's nipples, and we started looking it up, and that was the facts that we learned. Is that there can be lots of irregular numbered nippled dogs. So, if your dog has an odd number of nipples, don't worry. It's okay. It doesn't really matter. Now, should I ask how many people have? Yeah. Third one, just like Chandler Bing. I forgot about that. But yes, he. They say like 8 to 10 is normal, but it can be up to 13. Up to 12 normally in dogs, but it can be an odd number. It can be variable. Just who would have known? Who would have known? Not me. I'm not tracking dog nipples. What are the pencils for? Let's see. There we go. No. I hate it when this happens with colored pencils. They seem to be oh so lovely, and then all of a sudden, the tip of them breaks off. All I do is get some textures and whatnot up in these. Tigers will tell me, oh shoot, we're at 5:54. I have no clue. All right, well, we'll try to get through some of this in a reasonable time frame then. I'll try to get some interesting colors in here. This was not that one, it was this one. Remember correctly? Yeah. that. I'll come back in with some of these. Let's see. Whoop. Apparently my fingers are very dirty. Let's get a little bit. Water there. Let's see, I want. No. Let's see. Okay, good night, everyone in Italy. I like that. Get a little bit more of this out here. Yeah. What?
I think the one closest to my finger right now should be Gerald's fluffy pants.
One closest mean that one? Yeah,
That
okay.
one.
That's fine. I'm willing to accept that. That one can be Gerald's fluffy pants if you want.
I like him.
Okay.
Gerald's fluffy pants. You're some tiger.
It doesn't look that fearsome.
Oh.
You alright?
All on the stairs.
Okay, we're getting there. Let's see, where's that one? There's this marker. Okay. That doesn't look good. I don't like that. Ignore that, everybody. We're going to cover up with those. I'm just going to try to do those. What I want is a deep red. I guess I can use this one. Let's do this one better. Yeah. Cover up that one. And then take my black one. Here we go. Tighten up that edge. Trying to figure out if I want to do something down here, and if so, what? And then do I want to go to the trouble of doing lots of tiny leaves and things of this sort? And so what color do I do leaves in? I'm better off just doing some like textural things in these. Do I want to put a person there? Do I want to put a railing in there that runs across? Let me see. If I did something like it's gonna seem weird, but do I want something that makes it feel like it's at a zoo? So do I want something that's like a railing that runs all across this entire thing. Do I need it to be as big as it is? I'm trying anything and everything to see if I can figure this thing out. I don't think I need as much. Like, could I actually crop it in tighter like this? I don't know if I need that bottom half. It might make the tiger's raised paw make more sense. Oh yeah, that's true. To have someone in there. I thought about making little lines like it's trying to sing. Let's see. If I were to put a person, where would I put that person? I put that person over here. I put that person right here. I think it would have to be here. Sort of in place of that. Let me see. If I were to put a person, should they go right there? And then It's not perfect, but put a hand up over here. Gotta put him over here. That makes the tiger look more this direction. This. Here. And then get like hair and stuff sticking down there, and then a railing maybe. I need textures and colors here. What do I got? What do I got? Something like this. Let's see. So let's say we'll get there. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Railing here. Go trim that. I can reuse that section right there. Let's put it on top of this. Let's grab this one. That. Okay, let's see. Trim away excess. I have an idea. I'm not going to do people. I'm just going to do hands that are waving. I'll adjust the tiger's eye. Just some hands. There should be some hands like this there. Waving with some sleeves. Let's see, I want more. Maybe another paint. Let's see. Get the right colors here to get up in this. Like that, and then maybe one more. There we go. Right there. Okay. So again, if people have questions, I'm just cutting out hands. Nothing cool. Okay. We'll do it like this. And I'll just do sleeves underneath that with some stripes and stuff and call it a day. Okay, so let's get these stuck down. And I will need to color pencil them, things of the sort. we at time-wise? 6:17. Ooh, that's getting late. That is late. Let's see. Spots that aren't super gluey on my surface here. Let's see. I'm going to put this down here. I won't cause too many color issues. Ooh, I do not like that thumb placement. That's too much of a tangent there. All right, let's adjust that one. Let's see if I, oh no, I was going to do this one where it's like overlapping in there. That's what I was going to do. There we go. Another hand here. Let's see. Awkward hands. Awkward hands. These fingers all rolled out. Last hand. Thank you, Lauren. Let me get this last hand out here. Put it up right about, let's see, where's that hit? It's actually pretty good. As far as placement goes. And again, I will color pencil on top of them and get them up to speed, but let's get some black. Nice rich dark sleeves on some of these. Here's what I'm gonna do this. Here's one. That'd be something like that one. That's good. Let's get that one there. Let's grab something else that's, where is, something like that one. Let's go grab a light sleeve and we will put, try and grab some of these other colors that I used here. Let's see. Three. Grab, where's that other one? There it is. Let's grab that. Let's grab. I don't know why I keep saying let's grab. But let's grab. paint, put that out here. This actually get this up pretty good. Gotta get those to dry. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's get this one out. That one. Let's see. This. Okay. That, and then I need one more, which would be that skinny. I need to make this one black. Now, let's see, where was that? There it is. Okay, let's see, what other color can I put on that? How about like that yellow? Maybe it's not gather as well. Let's see, what are my other choices? Got this one.
don't know if I even like that one. Let's see, what other ones could I do? Okay. Hey, there we go. I will cut out a chunk of this. There. Oh, there it goes. This one can have a yellow sleeve. What I'm going to do is I'm going to darken it ever so slightly. Tint it, and then I'm going to put some lines on that. Okay, last but not least. This marker is misbehaving. And it's frustrating. Okay. Here we go. We got them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, there they are. Okay, let's get these markers out of the way. Actually do what I need to do here. And glue these down, the stripes down. More stripes. Let's see. So this one is here. Glue. This one is here. This one is here. This one is here. And this one, besides need more glue. Pardon, but there's a hand a little strange. The second on the right, is it normal? Sure. I think it's meant to be a little wonky in my mind. I don't think it needs to be perfect. I understand what you're saying, that it looks a little strange, and I will probably alter it ever so slightly as we go along, but I know what you mean. But I like the idea that they're a little bit off. So that one will get altered accordingly. There we go. Probably touch a couple of them up with some paint too, so they get a little brighter and things of the sort, like this hand itself. Might actually get, it's a little bit wonky in there.
that, and then use that paint to. This person's got a sunburn. I'm trying to tone it down just a touch. So, crazy pink. I get something like this. I'm gonna re-richen that up a little bit. Okay, let me see. Where are their edges that are coming up? Boom, boom, boom. Come up. Boom, boom. Okay. Boom. Okay, let's get those. Let's see, I want. I have one here. Looking for a specific colored pencil. A super light pink. There it is. And then And that one needs not that, not that. Let's see. Let's do, let's see. Oh, no, it'll be dark enough. Add some the yellows into that hand. And that needs to be glued. That evened out a little bit more. That needs to be glued. This. And then the last thing I'm going to do here, I think, before I wrap, and I'm not going to wrap, but I'm going to go clean up edges on some of these tiggies because they are problematic. Like the back of this leg has all sorts of problems. And let's get, yeah, almost done. I'm getting close. I'm trying my best. And then I need, what's the last, oh, there we go. Let me get this. So I feel just slightly or dimensional against that railing. Then, oh, that one won't work. That one will. Highlight on that railing. And do I want to adjust the tiger's eyes? That's the only question. And I need my black. Toss it right here. What I might do is okay, that may be it. any last little spots I want to touch with. Paint here. Just to clean up edges. I think for the most part we're pretty good. Everything else I'm gonna have to do in Photoshop. So. Oh, there's that little carryover. Those are Photoshop, I think. Okay, that one might need some Photoshop work. I think we're done with it. So let me clean up a little bit here. Get my space clean, and I will present this nicely at the end. Let's get all these markers out of the way. Let's see, these are possible. This is Pasca. These are Pasca. This is Pasca. This is chalk. Not chalk. There we go. Color pencils out of the way. Let's get some of this other junk out of here, and we will see what we ended up with. Taco Fisher Art. Thank you. Up and out of the way. Oh, one more marker there. It's not exactly what I wanted. We'll see if it cleans up nicely. But from Carolina Marmelina, how do you digitize it? Yes, I scan it. I have an Epson V600 scanner. It's a little 8.5 by 11, but Photoshop, I piece together anything that's bigger than that, and clean up either in Photoshop or in Procreate. Photoshop to do any sort of like major blending of sorts, because it's not easy to do that in Procreate. But Procreate I use for sort of final cleanup of things. So this is the finished version of the mess that we made today. It's late. I need to practice with my dogs, some training, and I need to cook dinner. So let's give one last little sweep to get rid of anything that is not supposed to be on the surface, and then one last little brusharoo. Let's see if I can get this centered out for you. And we'll end on that. Right about there. Words of another famous tiger. They're great. Thank you, Bear Edwards. The details on them need to be tweaked. But we will get there. We will get there. Otherwise, that's it for tonight. You all have a lovely evening or day or morning, or what have you. And I will see you next week for another Gab and Doodle. All right. Oh, yes. Next week, we're switching to 8 o'clock. Is it Dina?
Yes.
Dina Sieferling, who we had to postpone before. So it'll be Dina Sieferling next time. Otherwise, y'all have a lovely evening. All right. Bye.